evening, everyone. Welcome to this city council meeting this evening. I will call us to order and ask the city clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Stewart,
Here.
Councilmember Kovar,
Here.
Councilmember DeBala,
Present.
Councilmember Costick,
Here.
Councilmember Siemens,
Present.
Councilmember Smith, Councilmember Searcy.
Here.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Thank you all. Our agenda this evening, some things got moved around to accommodate people's schedules. So just to let folks know, we will start off soon with a number of presentations on our audit, police pension. Then we'll have a presentation from our Old Town Business Association and the Crossroads Development Authority, and then a presentation from Adventist Healthcare for primary care facility. And then we will go into our voting session. And in our voting session, the single reading ordinance approving a contract for construction management services has been moved up to the first item. So all the items are the same. They just got rearranged a little bit this evening. Next, moving forward, tonight is our last regularly scheduled meeting for this calendar year. We will have, though, a meeting with our District 20 delegation, a joint priorities meeting on December 1st. Prior to that, we will be meeting with the city manager for a 90-day check-in. So that will be at 5:30. That meeting is closed to the public. And then we will have our public meeting start at 7 p.m. with the D20 delegation. We will have public comments at that meeting. And as we have done that before, there is signups before that for public comment, and we will speakers will have 3 minutes each for public comments that evening. So I think that, and then we are in recess until January 12th. Tonight we have two proclamations. I will read. The first proclamation is for Small Business Saturday, which this year is November 27th, 2021. Whereas the City of Tacoma Park celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community. And whereas advocacy groups and public and private organizations across the country have endorsed that Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. And whereas one of Tacoma Park's great assets is its unique array of locally owned and operated independent businesses, which are part of the fabric of the community. And whereas local businesses, business owners, and operators invest in Tacoma Park, contribute to the local economy, offer quality jobs for residents, engage in civic concerns, support local initiatives, and are essential to our success as a community. And whereas support for these businesses is critical to maintaining a socially, environmentally, and financially sustainable environment, vibrant community. And whereas we value the businesses located in Old Town, the Tacoma Langley Crossroads, Long Branch, Flower, and Erie, along New Hampshire Avenue and Maple Avenue, and celebrate the diversity of the goods and services they provide. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kate Stewart, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, Maryland, do hereby proclaim November 27th, 2021 as Small Business Saturday in Tacoma Park, and encourage all residents to support local businesses by buying locally on November 27th and throughout the year. Our next proclamation this evening is proclaiming November as Municipal Government Works Month. Whereas the City of Tacoma Park is one of 157 Maryland municipalities, and whereas municipal government represents the most responsible level of government, allowing residents to have direct access to their elected officials, and whereas municipalities enhance the quality of life for their residents by providing various services tailored to particular needs and desires of the community, and whereas the City of Tacoma Park maintains municipal facilities, streets, sidewalks, parks, natural areas, collects refuse and recycling, clears snow and leaves, manages stormwater facilities, protects tenants through rent stabilization and other laws, provides recreation classes, programs, and childcare, maintains a full-service municipal library, and a full-service police department. And whereas challenges due to the pandemic have continued, and during this time, the work of local government employees has been critical in meeting the extraordinary needs of residents and businesses. And whereas in an effort to educate residents about municipal government and the importance of active and informed participation by residents, the City of Tacoma Park is proud to promote municipal government awareness. And whereas municipalities help to make Maryland a great place to live, work, and play and explore, and in the most difficult times, they help keep communities safe and provide support and hope for the future. Now, therefore, I, Kate Stewart, the mayor of the city of Tacoma Park, Maryland, on behalf of the city council, staff, and residents, do hereby join the Maryland Municipal League in proclaiming November to be Municipal Government Works Month in the city of Tacoma Park. Okay, those are our proclamations for this evening. Now we will turn it over to our presentations. The first presentation we have this evening is our FY 2021 audit. And I don't know if the city manager or someone is going to introduce this, or if I just turn it over to our auditors.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, we're going to turn it over to the auditors. They have a presentation they're going to provide to you this evening.
Wonderful.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members and management. I think you can hear me okay. So I'm Dan Kenny, partner with Cohn Resnick, here to present the June 30, 2021 audit. Along with me is Dan Seba, Senior Associate. So this evening, if we can go to the table of contents, this is what we're going to go over. We're going to go over the independent auditor's report. We have financial information taken from your annual comprehensive financial report. We're going to discuss the internal control letter, the communication with those charged with governance, and then the management letter. So if we go to the independent auditor's report, this indicates, of course, that we've audited the entity as of and for the year ended June 30, 2021. Indicates that management is responsible for the financial statement presentation in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles and under auditor's responsibility. Our responsibility is to express an opinion on the financial statements based on our audit, and our audit is conducted in accordance with two standards: generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards. And we believe that the audit evidence we've obtained is sufficient and appropriate to render an opinion. And in our opinion, the financial statements for the year ended as of June 30, 2021 are fairly presented for the city of Tacoma Park.
Kenny, I had a request from a council member to see if you could make this the presentation bigger to read. I don't know if your slides, this is all in the packet. I know this is the transmittal letter, but if your slides are larger, that's fine. But thank you.
Okay. All right, good. I wanted to do that too, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
I had to go to my notes. That's okay. So in the next page, Dan, if you could turn it to the next page, please. So under RSI and other information, that talks about the MD&A and the pension information, and the fact that those two items are considered required supplementary information under the GASB. And under the other information, this is where it talks about the budgetary schedules and the introductory and statistical sections and our responsibility therein. And then if you go to the last page of the independent auditor's report, this is where it indicates that our audit was done in accordance with government auditing standards, and we have issued an internal control report, which we will go over after Mr. Seba goes through the financial information. So I'll turn it over to Dan.
All right. So we will be presenting the financial highlights of the city over the past 3 fiscal years. All charts are presented on a 3-year span for comparative purposes. First, we have a comparison of the primary government's net position over the past 3 fiscal years. Net position for fiscal year 21 was $43.95 million, which was an increase by approximately $1.7 million or 4.02%. Net position can be located on page 35 of your statements. Next, we have primary government revenue, which includes general fund revenues over the past 3 fiscal years. Primary government revenue for FY21 was $27.75 million, which is a decrease from 2020 to 2021 by approximately $4.45 million or 13.82%. Details of these changes are located on the next slide. So here we have a comparison of the last 3 years of general and program revenues. Property tax revenues were 13.9 million, which is approximately a 300,000 increase. This is fairly consistent with prior year. Grants and contribution revenues were 6.4 million, which is approximately a decrease of 3.4 million. This is attributable to decreases in various grants, including Flower Avenue, CDBG sidewalk, transportation tap grants, and New Avenue Section A. Charges for services were 2.1 million, which is approximately a decrease of 700,000. This is attributable to decreases in the following: recreation culture revenues relating to sports, camps, and various other programs totaling 420,000. Passport revenue of 41,000. Speed camera fine revenue of 70,000. Public parking facilities of 52,000, and stormwater utility fees of 115,000. And then intergovernmental revenue was 5.2 million, which is approximately a decrease of 200,000, and this is consistent with prior year. So next we have a comparison of primary government expenses over the past 3 fiscal years. Primary government expenses for fiscal year 21 was 26.05 million. Which is a decrease by approximately 680,000 or 2.5%. Details of this are on the next slide. We have a comparison of the last 3 years of expenses by function. General government expenses were 5.84 million, which is approximately a 1.16 million increase. This is attributable to 380,000 in COVID assistance expenditures and 430,000 in housing fund expenditures. Public safety expenses were 8.16 million, which is approximately a 1.1 million decrease. This is primarily due to the decrease in the pension expense of 1.1 million, as noted on page 23 of the MD&A. Public works expenses were 6.62 million, which is approximately 150,000 decrease. This is consistent with prior year. And then housing and community development expenses were 1.88 million, which is approximately a 90,000 increase. This is also consistent with prior year. Recreation and culture expenses were 3.25 million, which is approximately a 650,000 decrease. This is due to COVID, where recreational programs such as sports and camp activities were canceled, which resulted in a reduction of staff. And then finally, we have the general fund unassigned fund balance as a percentage of revenues for fiscal year 21. The fund balance was 28% of total general fund revenues, meeting the required percentage of 17%. And then now I'll turn it back over to Dan.
Okay, so now we're going to discuss the independent auditor's report on internal control over financial reporting, as I mentioned in the independent auditor's report. And there's 2 areas: internal control over financial reporting and compliance and other matters. And you'll note in the 3rd paragraph that it indicates that there were no material weaknesses noted. And then if you look under compliance and other matters, the last sentence, the results of our test disclose no instances of non-compliance. So moving on to the communication with governance. So this is a letter the auditor is required to provide to you. It talks about our responsibility in relation to the financial statement audit. It discusses the plan, scope, and timing of the audit, discusses compliance with all ethics requirements regarding independence. And then it goes through your accounting policies. It talks about any new accounting policies, and you had 1 new accounting policy this year. You adopted GASB number 98, which renamed your statement to the annual comprehensive financial report. And then it also discusses your significant accounting estimates, and you have 4 estimates, and we looked at the key factors and assumptions used to develop those estimates, and the estimates were relating to doubtful accounts and accounts receivable, of course, your depreciation, expense and useful lives, your net pension liabilities, and your estimate of the accumulated vacation leave. And if you go to the next page, it goes through a few items. It talks about were there any significant difficulties encountered during the audit? There were none. Discusses uncorrected and corrected misstatements. If there were any disagreements with management, any representations requested from management, management consultation with other accountants, other significant matters, and other information included in the annual reports. And then on the last page, on the other information, it refers back, it's back to the opinion where it talks about, once again, the MD&A section, the RSI information, and then the other information that was mentioned in the independent auditor's report. Okay, the last item to discuss is the management letter. And to point out, once again, your internal control letter, you did not have any material weaknesses that we noted, and you didn't have any instances of non-compliance. This is a letter that just has comments written to discuss ways to improve operating efficiencies, things that we noted during the audit. So we'll just go through a few of those. Okay, so we noted the city doesn't have a tip line to report any misappropriation of assets for fraudulent financial activity. We recommend the city consider the use of a toll-free anonymous tip line to report any improprieties. We also suggest the city consider centralizing grant processing and reporting functions in order to prepare and organize grant submission packages, summary rec reports, and summary invoice reports for all grant submissions for record-keeping purposes. And we suggest the city implement procedures to formally adopt and approve the city council meeting minutes for posting to the website on a monthly or a quarterly basis. We propose the city implement procedures to ensure the timely submission of invoices to the finance department to allow proper cutoff of payables and expenditures related to the fiscal year end, and to eliminate the need for any late adjustments that affect the financial close process. And then, of course, we propose that management consider a cyber security assessment to be formed to evaluate aspects of network vulnerability to unauthorized activity, which might include but are not limited to employee security training and an external penetration test. In the event of the breach of the city's systems, the city may lack the resources to investigate and take legal action against a guilty party. So these are just items for recommendation for the city to consider. And that concludes our presentation. We'll be happy to answer any questions. And before I turn it back to you, we'd also like to thank Mr. Fox, Ms. Chung, and Ms. Carpenter for their assistance during the audit.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll see if any of my colleagues have questions this evening. I just had one question for clarification. Let me just pull, it was in the report. On page 22, on our government activities, change in net position. If you could talk a little bit, I don't think you covered this in your presentation, the unrestricted investment earnings. In 2020, we had 381,114, and for 2021, 26,152. And I was trying to see if that was explained in the bottom there, and I did not see, unless I missed it, an explanation for that. If you could just clarify the change there. Mr. Kenny, you're on mute.
I'm going to turn that question over to management. I don't know if they could pull up the statement and have a chance to answer that directly. Yeah,
As we're waiting for that, we can have Mr. Kovar, Councilmember Kovar, go.
sure.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. I just had two questions. and I'm trying to find the precise spot, but there is some discussion in the report to the effect that I think it's on page 18 of the report in the second bullet point, and it mentions that it talks about the impact of the net pension liability on the balance of the city budget. And it seems as if it's saying because of the way the more recent changes, I think as of maybe 2015, required municipalities and other entities to list the entire long-term pension liability as to treat that as a current liability, that has an impact on the measurement of the deficit and so on. But I'm not sure I'm reading that correctly, so maybe you can just clarify those points. Is it the change in that occurred in 2015 that and the need to include within the calculation the entire pension liability that causes a technical deficit?
That is correct. The GASB 67, 68, they came out at that time period, and at that time period, you had to put the net pension liability on your books. Prior to that, it was just a disclosure in your financial statement.
So we have to follow the rules. So a deficit is a deficit, but if that was taken out, does that mean that the balance looks more favorable? I'm not saying we should not include it. I'm just trying to understand what the impact is.
Yeah, well, the impact of recording a liability, it's obviously going to reduce your fund balance number, and you can't take it out now.
Right.
Believe me, everyone wishes the GASB didn't come up with that pronouncement that caused a lot of pain and
To
heartache.
be clear, I'm not saying we should take it out. It's just that has a significant effect.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
And
Yeah,
then-
absolutely correct. Yep.
And then the other question is, on the unassigned fund question, and Mr. Siva included that, and there was a chart there, and I don't have it right in front of, we don't have it in front of us now, but my recollection was that when we were talking about the budget last year, when we were working on the budget last year for the current fiscal year that we're in, or earlier this year, I guess I should say, that the way we were talking about was that we weren't at the 17% level, a little bit below that for the unassigned balance. This is saying we're a little bit above it. So is there a different way of calculating that? And maybe it's something that the city staff could answer too, but my clear recollection was that we were short of that, and this suggests we're above it, which of course is better if it's true, but I don't know if I'm comparing apples and oranges.
Yeah. So this year, you are at 24%. Dan, do you have the presentation from last year that indicated the percent?
So this year's percent is 28%, and then
28%, excuse me.
and then last year's percent was 24%.
Oh, 24%. Okay, so they were above the required percent, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't know if that means that the way our budget was presented or discussed in the budget process this past year, and if I'm wrong, my recollections off, my colleagues can jump in and correct me, but I was under the impression that when we talked about it, we said we were a little bit under the 17% and working toward it. So I'm just trying to understand if I'm missing something, but
Yeah, I can't comment on the budget proceedings because I wasn't there. That would be a management question.
Can anyone respond to that or get back to us separately about it?
Councilmember Kovar and the mayor, we'll follow back up with you, with our finance team with those answers.
Okay, and then the last thing is.
I
five
do think,
recommendations.
sorry, Councilmember Coe, I wonder if it's how we're defining revenue and what is restricted and unrestricted. And I'm
That's
not
what-
sure I'm not sure the auditors and our staff, when we do the budget, but I will let the staff do it. But I do believe that might be the difference.
Yeah, and it feels like it's apples and oranges, that we're not counting the same thing. So, and then the last question is, and this is something for the staff, but not for tonight. It would just be interesting to get reactions to the 5 recommendations, the tip line, consolidating the grants and those other things. Obviously, I'm not expecting a response on that tonight, but that would be helpful to have. Thank you.
Great. And I can receive a response if staff needs time to look back at my question as well. So we have a great deal to get through tonight, and I'm sure I want to thank our auditors for their presentation this evening. Very much appreciate the work that went into this, and have a good rest of the evening. And now we will turn our attention to
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our police pension plan. And we're turning it over to Bolton now. Hello, Mr. Lohman. How are
Good
you?
evening. It's Tom Pastenik and Tom Lohman. So keeping up with the.
I don't think I see you, Tom. Okay, there you are. Okay, now I see you.
Okay.
All right.
Doing
So
well,
this
thank
is
you.
Tom. So I'm going to take it. You guys are going to take it away.
Okay. Yeah, hopefully there's not. We can, yes. Hopefully there's not too much of a lag. I noticed when I was watching before, I could see people's lips moving before I hear them talking. So hopefully that won't be too bad. But this is our annual presentation to the council. We do a review of the pension plan from an actual basis every year. And so this is our regular presentation. And we can move to the next slide, please. Actually, head to the next one as well. Yeah, more. There we go. Okay, so this is I know we deal with the pension plan all the time, but it's probably not something that everybody here deals with. So we want to do a little bit of background. So the genesis of the police plan started in 2001 when it was decided to start a separate plan for your police force, separate from the state plan and the layoffs plan. And the idea was to give an attractive package, higher benefits and higher employee contributions. As way of background, one of the big things that's done with these pension plans is you invest the funds in a trust. And how well the trust does, of course, helps to determine the costs. We initially started out assuming an 8% return back in 2001, and then we lowered that to 7.5%. And then 4 years ago, we lowered it to 7.25% as our long-term return. And we'll have some charts later on that show that that's still in the range of what most other folks are doing. We do see a continued trend downward in that assumption. If you think about the pension plans being paid for through your contributions, the officers' contributions, and then investment returns. So the lower the investment returns are, then the higher the contributions have to be. But we want the estimate of future investment returns to be as realistic as possible. So again, we're at 7.25% right now. That seems pretty good, but there's right now a trend of lowering those rates. So it's possible that'll be lowered in the future. Go to the next page, just a little more background on the plan provisions themselves. The plan provides officers who retire after 25 years with a benefit equal to 50% of their pay. They can retire earlier than that if they have 15 years of service and reach age 55. Post-retirement, there's a cost of living adjustment, which is capped at 3%. For this last year, it was at 1.36%. That'll probably be higher the next year, just because, as I think it's been in the news a lot lately, the CPI adjustments for the last year are much higher, but it is capped at 3%. Disability benefits provided, the employees do contribute, the officers contribute 7% of pay every year. And new this year, we have what's called a DROP feature. DROP stands for Deferred Retirement Option Plan. And this is a feature that allows officers to go out with a monthly pension, but also to have a lump sum that they get at the time of retirement in addition to their monthly pay. Go to the next slide, please. And then on to the next one. So our evaluation is all the census information as of July 1st. And we use that census information to develop a projection of what we think all the future payouts for this group of employees and retirees will be over the many years into the future. So projecting their pay, projecting how long they're going to live, projecting when they're going to retire, and then projecting what cost of living adjustments will be, of course. We take all those numbers, bring them back to today's dollars, and compare them to the assets that you put aside in the trust. And based on that, we come up with what your funded ratio is, as well as what your contributions need to be to keep the plan moving in the right direction. And this is for the fiscal 2023 contribution. So good news, the investment returns for the year ending June 30, 2021 were very strong, upwards of 27% for your plan, which is in keeping with what we've seen for a lot of our other plans. So the funded ratio improved. It actually went up from in the upper 60s, 69%, to up over 80%, actually the upper 80%, almost 89% funded on a market value basis. So very strong and a really great place to be. Being close to 90% funded is really a nice place. It makes the plan very strong and very well funded there. The contributions expressed as a percentage of payroll went from 39.54% of pay last year, went to 39.54% this year, decreasing from 42.88% the prior year. So down almost 3%, or a little more than 3% of pay. So again, a very nice reaction, a nice strong performance there. In terms of dollars, the contribution projected went from $1.4 million down to $1.3 million. So again, very strong results there. And the primary drivers, we list three here. Payroll increased right around what we expected, about 2.75%. The investment returns, as I mentioned, were really the primary driver, almost a 28% return on the assets versus assuming 7.25%. Of course, we're not going to get those kind of returns every year, but it really is nice to have them once in a while. And the cost of living adjustment for the post-retirement benefits was lower than assumed. So all good things, all strong results. We generally like to have assumptions that, as closely as possible mirror what we think is going to happen, but tend to be a little bit more conservative, so we don't try to overshoot things and be too aggressive. If we go to the next slide, which is a little bit hard to see, there's a bunch of numbers on there that are all the numbers that back up what we just talked about. So you'll see at the top the head counts. So you'll see there's actually 42 officers. Again, this is a snapshot at July 1st of each year. So July 1st, 2021 is on the right-hand side. You see there's 2 more officers at that point, 42 versus 40, 1 additional retiree, 1 additional terminated vested employee participant, and then 8 individuals who are in the process of, at that time, of getting refunds of their contributions. So they left Tacoma Park and they're going to get a payback of their contributions. And you see the other figures there, and these really just, again, match what we just talked about in terms of the summary results. These are just the details there. Any questions on that before we go on to the next area? Okay, the next section, if we can go 2 slides, concerns the government accounting, the GASB accounting. So you just had Cone Resnick on, who talked about the GASB statements and GASB 68, which is what you report pension costs and liabilities for. Started in 2015, which we talked about, puts the liability, the net liability in the balance sheet. One thing that makes GASB 68 a little bit complicated, or confusing, I should say, if we go to the next slide, is that the accountants in GASB have their own definition of how exactly they want you to calculate liabilities. And so the numbers here are a little bit different than what we just talked about for funding purposes. So here, we're still using that same 7.25% discount rate. You'll see here the funded level, about 88% funded on a GASB basis. So this is what goes on your financial statements. So this year you're showing a $3.4 million net pension liability for this plan. Of course, you have the state plan that you're part of, and your share of that goes in your balance sheet as well. But this is, again, an improvement over last year's numbers, again, because of the strong investment performance. And at the bottom, you have the expense. So when you look at accrual accounting expense for your government accounting, it's different than the cash you put into the plan. And it has a lot of different components, positives and negatives. And an interesting feature this year is that because of the strong investment returns, as well as some positive demographic experience, your accounting expense actually went negative. So for fiscal 2021, the expense on an accrual accounting basis was negative $123,000. So when CohnReznick went over your expenses and revenue, this is the big switch on pension expense, went from $1 million expense to a minus $123,000. And again, you're not fully funded. You're not 110% funded or anything. You're 88% funded, but just the mechanism of this GASB accounting expense has you recognize certain things faster than others. In this case, it recognizes the large investment return in such a way that you have a negative accounting expense for the year.
So Tom, this is Tom Lohman. Can you just make the point too that the
Just moving on to the last couple of slides. Sure, good, Tom.
yeah one of the differences between funding and accounting is that the assets you just showed on the prior page are on a market value basis, but for they're called the planned fiduciary net position. But for funding, we don't use the $24 million number. You use a smooth asset return, which factors in only 20% of this year's good return. So there's a difference between funding and accounting in terms of what assets are recognized.
That's right. Thanks, Tom. So, a good point on GASB's viewpoint is that you should recognize everything on a market value basis, not doing a lot of smoothing or deferred recognition, which is great for accounting. It's not so great for cash budgeting. And so when we do the cash contribution calculations, as Tom mentioned, we phase in investment returns that are either higher or lower than our 7.25% assumption over a 5-year period. So while we had a good return this year and we did lower our contribution rate down to the 39% rate or 40% rate that we talked about earlier, we didn't recognize all of the assets. So even if the year we're in currently isn't as strong, or even if it's below the 7.25% rate that we're assuming, that'll just offset some of the gains that we haven't recognized yet, helping to keep your budget numbers from a cash contribution basis more level in the future. All right. Hey, Tom, anything else you wanted to raise there?
No, that was it. Thanks, Tom.
Okay, thanks. So yeah, so then just wrapping up a couple of slides on sort of the state of the pension world. We had mentioned earlier that there has been this adoption of more conservative assumptions. Conservative meaning, meaning less optimistic about the future, primarily when it comes to investment returns. And we've seen this going on for quite some time. And when we get to the next slide, you'll see that there's been this gradual change across the country and across all levels of pension plans down to lower and lower assumptions about future returns. When we did the workup this year, as of July 1, 2021, we did not make any changes to reflect any assumed effects of COVID-19. Partially that's because your plan didn't, when we look at the data year over year, we didn't see any experience that said to us, oh, look, there's a big impact from COVID-19, either from attrition, so individuals leaving the force because they didn't want to be exposed to the public, for example, or disability claims from those having become sick and maybe subject to long-term COVID, or mortality. We didn't see a lot of officers or retirees passing away. In fact, very, very few. So nothing out of the ordinary. Long-term, nobody really knows at this point what the long-term effects are going to be. There's some people who think that things like the mRNA vaccine, which was so powerful in helping develop vaccines quickly, has been given a boost, and that will actually lead to an era of medical advances. And so we'll all be living longer in the future because we've had this boost to this new technology. Others aren't as optimistic and say, well, long-term COVID could be another mortality factor out there, and that just means that there'll be more people susceptible to something or other, including COVID. So the jury's out on that. We're still keeping an eye on it, and it's something that evolves over time. There's more focus now on the disclosure of risk, and in your actuarial reports, we actually do some analysis of different risk factors for your plan. Your plan doesn't have any risk factors that are especially high. They're all in a good level in terms of comparing to other plans. Your plan is in really good shape financially. When you look at news reports, you'll hear stories about pension plans with a lot of problems. That's typically not a Maryland issue. Maryland has a pretty strong just regimen in terms of putting contributions into their plans and investing the money in a solid way. And Tacoma Park is right in there with that. We do so in different benefit designs. And of course, then there's changes. Sometimes it's litigation. There are some new mortality tables out there, which we'll probably adopt in a year or two, that are focused specifically on the experience with public safety employees who have a slightly different longevity experience according to these results than general rank and file employees. So that's something we'll be implementing in the future. And we do continue to review all our assumptions in light of the experience we see on a year-to-year basis. So every year we look at the experience, how many people left, how many people retired, what kind of pay increases there were, and so forth, and review those, compare them to what we've been assuming, and determine if we need to make any changes on that basis. So that's something we keep doing. And then the last slide we had in terms of our presentation is just a graphic. So this is from NASRA, which is the National Association of State Retirement Administrators. So they survey large pension plans across the country. And what this colorful chart is telling us is that it's looking at the long-term investment return assumption, where you're at 7.25. If you look at the far left, the line that goes across the middle is the median. On the far left, you'll see that's at 8%, this dark blue line in the middle. And as you move from left to right, you can see the color bands move gradually upwards as you go, meaning that the median that's being used in different plans has now getting smaller and smaller. So it's 8% in 2001. It had gone to the pink range, which is 7.5% to 8% by 2010. Had gone into the gray band by 2017, which is 7.5%, and then quickly skipped between 7 and 7.5, and now is at 7%. So all these large pension plans around the country, NASRA really focuses on the largest plans, large state plans. Their median is now 7% as the long-term rate of return. And it seems to have been a pretty steady change there, being driven by what people are looking at in terms of capital market assumptions, pricing of equities. Certainly having lower interest rates for bonds means you can't get the same kind of return out of bonds that maybe you once could have because rates are so low today. Treasuries are returning a much lower rate than they were in the past. So that's something you just can't get as much return out of. So that's when we talk about possibly lowering the long-term rate of return. This is the type of statistics we're looking at to say, this is what others are thinking. It's not a unique thought necessarily. But we still think we're okay with a 7.25, but something that, over the next year or so, we should consider whether it's something that helps to protect the plan. Having a lower rate of return assumed doesn't change your actual investment performance. All it does is mean that if things go well, it'll be a little better, a little more well. If they go badly, it won't be as bad because you're assuming something a little more conservative. And you'd rather be erring on the side of conservatism, I think, than being too aggressive. With that, that wraps up our remarks for today. So I'll open it to any questions that folks have or anything they want us to go over.
Great. Terrific. Well, thank you for that presentation this evening. It's nice to get some good news some days. So thank you for that. I am just seeing if my colleagues have any questions. Councilwoman DeBala.
Yes, thank you. The assumptions, and especially the part about the assumptions on interest rates, was really interesting. But bottom line, how much do you recommend that we put aside in the next budget cycle for the pension plan, given that there was so much interest income this year. Is that the 1.3 or is that some other number?
So I would say it's $1.3 million
I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
that you have. That would be what we would look at as the recommended contribution.
I think you said the 39% number. You were breaking up.
Right. Typically, we recommend that it should be a percentage of payroll. In this case, it's there. The 39.54% of covered payroll, which we estimated would be the $1,331,000 figure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith?
Thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question. I know you guys talk to a lot of people, and it's just interesting how even during a pandemic, when over 750,000 people have lost their lives, our investment returns are near 30%. Do you know what is driving this increase in wealth that we're seeing in the publicly traded companies?
So that's a little bit beyond my expertise, but from listening to others talk, what they say is it really is tied to the reopening of the country. So all the things that people slowed down on or held back on, and then after all the lockdowns started ending, it really led to a lot of economic growth. There was a fear there'd be a lot of collapses and a lot of pullbacks in spending by companies, but with the different federal monies that flowed into the economy, it really helped to keep things going. And you saw companies actually do very well, and have record profits in some cases.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Oh, Councilwoman Searcy. Did you? I don't see. Oh,
Yes,
there you go. Okay,
I
sorry.
did, sorry. My hand was a little late. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's been great. One of the things that I've been trying to think about, and I think it's in one of the places where you put it kind of in a black box of we don't know what may happen as a result of the pandemic, is this mass exodus or change of careers that we're starting to see in terms of, are we going to see, particularly as we're talking about things like law enforcement, an increase in the number of folks that decide to retire early and what potential impacts that might have on our pension amounts. Is that something that you all are thinking through in terms of future calculations, or?
This is Tom Lohman.
We are.
Okay,
So we do right now. We have assumptions about how many will go out early. Okay, assumptions about what will happen and when folks will go out. Because your plan does reduce the pension of people leave early, it's not a major. It's a more particular year. From a larger perspective, the issue of the overall workforce is reduced. So you're at 40 or 42 officers right now in terms of pension plan participation. If that were to fall to 30 or 35, then the plan would have more issues with it because you just have a much smaller workforce there supporting the plan.
Okay, I think I caught enough of it to understand that we're not in trouble just yet. But if we lose a substantial number of folks that are eligible, then we may then kind of mess up that equilibrium of having enough folks in versus the number of folks that are on the pension.
Yeah, I might also mention that Tom said that we added a drop this year to the plan, and the drops tend to encourage employees to stay on beyond normal retirement date. And given that that just went in, you might expect a very low number of retirements over the next few years so they can take advantage of the drop. So that might happen as well. So you might be different than some other plans.
Great. Thank you so much. That's helpful.
Terrific. Well, thank you so much for the presentation this evening. We appreciate it, and enjoy the rest of your night. Now we're going to move on to our next set of presentations, and I'm going to turn it over to Director Cross to introduce a new staff person to the city, and then we'll bring on Laura Barkley and Kaylee Ganud to talk about Old Town Business Association and the Crossroads Development Authority. Director Cross.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. It's with great pleasure and excitement to introduce to you all our new Economic Development Manager in HCD, Ira Cowler. Ira Cowler comes to us after spending 5 years with the City of Baltimore's Development Corporation. And he has a lot of experience supporting small business growth, as well as in community development. So Ira, if you want to introduce yourself, everybody say a few words.
Sure, thanks so much, Alex. Madam Mayor, council members, pleasure to be a part of the team here. Madam Mayor, as you mentioned kind of in your proclamation earlier, one of the great assets of Tacoma Park here is all the great local businesses that we have. I've had a pleasure to meet a few in my first few weeks, have plenty more to meet. And you're going to hear even more great news from both Kaylee and Laura here shortly. So excited to be a part of the team, excited to work with each of you to figure out how we can support all our residents, all our businesses, and meeting all their great economic development goals for the area.
Great. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you on the team. And I will say that Ira did spend his Saturday in all sorts of weather, in wind, in rain, and in the cold. But it was a wonderful day because we cut ribbons at over 21 businesses in our community that have opened since COVID. And so it was a terrific day to talk to all the business owners, many of whom actually do live in our city and employ residents who live in the city and nearby. So thank you for spending one of your first Saturdays employed with the city out there all day. And I think with that, Director Cross, am I turning it over to Kaylee and first?
Yes.
All right. Wonderful.
Hi there. Am I on? Am I visible?
You are on and visible. Yes.
Okay. First off, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Council, for having me. I am hoping that this will work for me. My home is under renovations and I have no internet, so I'm doing this all on my phone. So let's see here. I'm going to attempt to share. Oh, goodness gracious. Let's see. Share. Screen. This is not as easy as I had hoped it would be on my phone. So with humble apologies, I am going to attempt to recap our past year and go from there. Without a presentation, but you do all have our lovely annual report to refer to. So I would look there for the nice pictures. But anyway, let me get started. I'm
Kaylee, I can share my screen if you like.
If you can,
I was going to offer the same, Alex. Yep.
It's the
Okay.
Dropbox link that you shared a few
Yes.
days ago.
Yes.
All
Thank
right. Give me 1 second here.
And would you mind also doing the click forwards when you get it open?
Of course.
Okay.
Let me know if you can see.
Yeah. Perfect. You can just go
Okay.
into presentation mode or something.
How do you do that? This one?
Well, that's bigger. Yep, that looks good. All right. Anyway. And now can you see me? Okay, so let's start here. I'm, as you know, I'm Kaylee Ganud. I'm the Executive Director of the Tacoma Langley Crossroads Development Authority. And I'm here tonight to present on our FY21 activities, along with our activities from Q1 of FY22 and a little bit of what we've been up to in Q2 of FY22. So Alex, if you could move forward. I always do a quick recap here of what exactly the Tacoma Langley Crossroads Development Authority is. As a refresh, we are a nonprofit business association. We are responsible for managing the Tacoma Langley Crossroads Commercial District under the authority of the City of Tacoma Park Municipal Code. Our general responsibilities include marketing and promotion for the area, along with providing maintenance and amenities. And our funding source is a license fee assessment on all businesses and property owners in the Crossroads Commercial District, along with a service contract with the City of Tacoma Park and a small grant portfolio of some smaller grant funding. And moving forward. And one more. Of course, the biggest topic and priority in FY21 was our response to COVID-19. Our response to COVID-19 was truly a partnership with the City of Tacoma Park. I think we both realized that neither the city nor the CDA could appropriately reach all the businesses in the commercial district unless we worked together. So what we did is the CDA really focused on marketing and going door to door and marketing and promoting the city's COVID response services, such as the business grant, COVID grant program that the city implemented, along with going door to door right alongside our city staff members and distributing COVID signage to businesses and some common area hand sanitizer stations and the like. We also requested to the City of Tacoma Park a reduction of the annual license fee of 25% for retailers and professional service providers in the Crossroads to provide a little bit of financial relief in those sectors of the economy. Moving forward. And so what we saw what we've seen so far with the impacts of COVID-19 is a number of closures of some longtime businesses, including India Sari Palace, which has been in the area for about 25 years. Unfortunately, you can see on the right, in FY22, we've continued to see a couple of additional closures. So we are not fully out of the woods yet. We continue to work closely with our businesses and monitoring the situation and providing them with the services that they need. Moving forward, this is my however slide. However, at the same time that we sadly saw these business closures, we saw at an equal rate business openings in the Crossroads, including the businesses that you can see on the left. Many of these new businesses were visited by Mayor Stewart and the CDA and Laura Barclay and the entire Housing and Economic Development team on Saturday. So I want to thank them again for that. And we're excited to welcome these new businesses into the Crossroads. And at the same time, we are, looking forward to working with them in the future. And the interesting part to note is that because of the rate of new business openings in the Crossroads, we did not see any increase in vacancies in the Crossroads. When spaces did go vacant, they were released fairly quickly, even during COVID. And I think that is a testament to the attraction and the strength of our commercial district. Moving forward. So next, I just want to go through some of our major program activities for the year. Moving one more forward. One of our largest program expenses is our maintenance activity in the Crossroads. Our maintenance portfolio, it all resides in the common areas of the Crossroads. Our maintenance does not go into private property, but instead it goes along the public areas, along the sidewalks of University and New Hampshire. And then it goes along Halton Lane, which is, as you know, city-owned property. And our maintenance services include once a week litter pickup throughout the commercial district, monthly landscape maintenance along Halton Lane, maintenance of 53 ceramic planters along New Hampshire Ave and University Boulevard, and 14 hanging planters along light poles of Halton Lane. And additionally, in FY21, we were able to partner with Chalk Riot, a local artist who many of you are familiar with, to decorate 4 of our planters in the crossroads, which you can see in the image on the left. Moving forward. Second to COVID-19, probably the second largest topic and theme of FY21 was Purple-Line and Purple-Line impact and mitigation. We were part of a larger advocacy effort, a law that was really spearheaded by State Delegate Janelle Wilkins to find state funds for Purple-Line impacted businesses along the Purple Line. This image here is from a press conference we held in November of last year with Delegate Wilkins, Mayor Stewart, Councilmember Searcy, the CDA, and that was one part of this advocacy initiative. The end result of these initiatives was $500,000 available in the state budget as of July 1, 2021. And what they did is they distributed $250,000 to Prince George's County and $250,000 to Montgomery County. The Prince George's County Purple Line Impact Grant Program is being managed by Latino Economic Development Center. That is an active program, and that grant is currently open. They are still the Montgomery County Grant Program will be also managed by LEDC. That has not been opened yet, but I am told that should be open by December or January at the latest. And that'll be another $250,000 to distribute to Purple Line impacted Montgomery County businesses. There were supposed to be an additional $2 million in funds towards this initiative. 1 million was supposed to be available in July of 2022. 1 million was supposed to be available in July of 2023. However, those funds were vetoed by Governor Larry Hogan. And so we're now regrouping to see what potential pathways forward there are for accessing those funds. But all of this to say that the CDA heartily requests that the city join us in this lobbying endeavor to find forms of financial support for Purple Line impacted businesses, particularly as construction is going to be starting up again very soon. We all know that the constructor of the Purple Line walked off the project last year. However, a new constructor was just brought on board, and they just announced it in November, about a week ago. And the announcement is that we can expect to see construction picking up at normal levels again in early 2022. Okay, moving forward. Okay, so this also goes along with our Purple Line work. This is a current activity we're undergoing. The CDA has been working very closely with the Purple Line Corridor Coalition, which is a coalition run out of the University of Maryland, and it consists of stakeholders concerned with sustainable and equitable economic benefit along the Purple Line Corridor. The Purple Line Corridor Coalition has received a number of federal level grants, and they are looking for ways to spend those funds to support businesses along the corridor. We have partnered very closely with them to bring them into the Tacoma Langley Crossroads. One of their services that they're currently providing through grant funds is access to a social media expert, Catherine Wright Conan of Rosie Owl Design. And Catherine is working directly with a number of Crossroads businesses to improve and upgrade their social media. And it's really a really hands-on experience for these businesses. And it's a particular area where the Crossroads Commercial District and the social media profile of our businesses isn't necessarily where it should be. So we're very happy to have this resource available to us to make sure that our businesses are in the strongest place they possibly can be when the Purple Line eventually opens. And moving forward. Another one of our programs in FY21 was upgrading our business directory. We now have a shiny, graphically designed business directory with professional photos, and these have been distributed to and are available at all of the businesses in the Crossroads. We're about to undergo another reprint thanks to the new businesses that have opened in the Crossroads. We also maintain a business directory on our website, tacomalangley.org. And moving forward, one slide. There's also a business directory on the city-owned kiosks that you'll see throughout the city. This year, we have been working closely with the planning department on upgrading those kiosks. You'll see what we did is we actually revised the very out-of-date stagnant business directory that you see on the left there and removed the business names and inserted a QR code at the bottom there that actually refers to the business directory on our website. So we're looking for ways to kind of bring these business directories into the future. And one of the things the CDA is very interested in pursuing is transitioning to electronic kiosk resources in the future. So that's a conversation that we're having with a number of folks, and we hope to continue this conversation as the city explores potential uses for ARPA funds. Moving forward. And lastly, as you know, we have an annual event portfolio. We're able to host one street festival a year, and traditionally it's on Ann Street. We were very happy to be able to host the Summer Mercado on June 26th. We had about 10 vendors and 3 musical acts at our main stage. And we were very happy to be able to get back on Ann Street and give the community an opportunity to celebrate again. And moving forward. And another part of our mission beyond marketing and maintenance is also security. As you can see here in this slide, we undertook a survey of the Crossroad businesses in fall of 2020. And through that survey, we did glean some interesting feedback from our businesses about their security concerns in the area. You can see that some of the major concerns that they highlighted were street drinking and homelessness, and also theft, particularly from cars in our large parking lots. You can see that 43.75% of survey respondents felt that street drinking had the largest impact on businesses. And you can also see that 78.13% of survey respondents believe that increased security patrols could help to make the area safer. So building off of this, I did want to add that the CDA did partner with the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force earlier in this fiscal year. And we did do a walkthrough with the task force of Crossroads businesses. And I think connecting the final report from the task force with some of our survey results here, I just would like to highlight the connectivity between additional support resources for homeless or those suffering from substance abuse, which was touched on in the task force report. And additionally, I would like to note that this interest in increased patrols and presence that you can see in these survey results. I'm moving forward. Okay. And now I'm going to focus a little more on what's been going on recently in Q1 and Q2 of FY22. There has been, as you can see if you drive through there, there has been a lot going on in the world of beautification and public art, particularly centered around the JBG property. JBG has been working with the city on a facade improvement grant. And additionally, this first picture here is a project that the CDA received funding from the state of Maryland through a Clean Up Green Up grant to print artistic designs on vinyl wraps and to place these vinyl wraps on vacant commercial properties. Thus, the reason we applied for this particular project is, during COVID-19, we were concerned that we would start to see some additional vacant storefronts, which does nothing to attract people to the commercial district or, promote new businesses. So that was the original conception for this project, and we were thrilled to receive funding for it. This is our first vinyl wrap, which was just installed on the former K-Shop property, which is in the JBG shopping plaza, right to the right of Wingstop. And JBG liked this so much, they now want to see more of them. So we're going to be doing 2 more sets of wraps, one on the former Cambio de Chex Gratis and one on the former Marked Hair Salon and Barbershop. Moving forward. And as part of the same overall project that I've been discussing, we're going to be JBG is commissioning, and we are project managing the next big mural project in the Crossroads, which will be at the Citibank on the wall adjacent to the Citibank. We're very excited. It's a highly visible location, which will be great. Be very visible from New Hampshire Ave northbound and, to all the visitors going to Aldi's there. You can see the concept design at the bottom. If you drive by there now, you see that work has started. And we expect that this mural should be complete in about 2 to 3 weeks, and look for more information about our unveiling ceremony coming shortly. Next up, this might be the end. Okay. And one last slide. Lastly, I just wanted to, in conjunction with the mayor's proclamation at the beginning of this meeting, I wanted to invite everybody to Small Business Saturday in the Crossroads. We are hosting an array of activities in the Crossroads between 12 and 2 on that Saturday. So it's going to be really one of the most fun times to go shopping in the Crossroads. There's going to be free hot coffee and hot cocoa at Brazilian Bakery. There's going to be a kids' holiday art project with the Loft Collective in front of Sarah's Fabrics, along with a magician and Elena Los Fulanos performing in front of JK Mart. So stop on by if you're around. It's going to be a really fun day. Oh, and lest I forget, there's going to be a number of deals and discounts that you can find on our website and event marketing. So come on down, and I believe that ends my presentation. Happy to answer any questions if they have them.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Looking forward to the mural and Small Business Saturday in the Crossroads. That's wonderful. We have Laura Barkley up next, but I want to give folks maybe just if people wanted to say 1 or 2 things or had any questions for the CDA. I don't know, Councilman Searcy, if you wanted to say something.
Yes. Thank you, Kaylee. Thank you so much for all of the hard work that you've been putting in organizing the business community in the Crossroads area. It was such a wonderful experience this weekend to see so many new businesses that are excited to be here, and many people live in the community. So there's this investment and vibrancy. And also the fact that we had the annual CDA meeting this morning. And, again, I think that now is the time for us as a council, as a city, to really rally behind our businesses as they are ready to rally behind the residents in this community. So again, thank you so much for all of the work that you do, and this presentation has been wonderful.
Great. Thank you, Kelly. Yes, for everything. It looks wonderful. Thank you for supporting our businesses through this tough time, and to actually have new businesses open in the Crossroads has been terrific. So now with that, we'll turn it over to Ms. Barclay at the Old Town Business Association to tell us what's happening in her neck of the woods.
Great. Well, thank you for inviting me here tonight. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, good. So I'm going to start out this evening with the state of our commercial district. And here's our version of our local map here, which you will soon find an updated version on the counters at our businesses and on our website. But as a reminder, we're a cross-jurisdictional commercial district. We support the businesses in both Tacoma, DC and Tacoma Park, Maryland. And as we've all been talking about, Saturday was a great day. We were able to celebrate the businesses that opened up over the past year. And we had 16 businesses open up in the Tacoma Commercial District, in both on the Tacoma Park, Maryland side and the Tacoma, DC side, opening over throughout 2021, which is pretty amazing that these small business owners did this, and it was great to celebrate them all on Saturday. We had a very few number of businesses that closed over the past year. And I have to say, the majority of them, I would say, were in a transitional state to begin with. We had a couple of businesses that were already up for sale. We had an owner that was ready to retire. You know, the pandemic just sort of sped up some of those things that were about to happen. So we are in a really great position now. We have new businesses about to open, and this new handsome shot of Soko Butcher here on the right is hot off the presses today. They just installed that awning, and they'll be opening in actually just a few weeks, I hope. We have a few more businesses opening on the DC side, as well as Rhoda Juice will be opening, which is a great story for one of our local businesses, Rhoda Movements. So if you might have caught the Washington Post article a few weeks ago, but Roberto Tapia is one owner of Rhoda Movements, and his business was severely impacted by the pandemic. And he used the opportunity to start a juice company. And he used the Tacoma Park Commercial Kitchen on Tulip Avenue to launch his business. And he is going to be selling it out of his studio. I recommend looking at the article. It's a great snapshot of him and his business. So where we stand with our commercial availability, we have only 2 spaces left. It's pretty amazing. We're fully leased with street front spaces are fully leased on the Tacoma DC side. And the 2 spaces we have on the Maryland side are 6950 Carroll, which is this picture of its bank, the former Bank of America space. And we have a lot of interest in this space. And 7324 Carroll, which is across the street from the co-op and the former Bikram yoga space. And there's actually a letter of intent on that site now. And we're hoping that we can make an announcement shortly. So the remaining spaces that we do have are office space and basement space. So we're coming out of the pandemic very strong. I also think it's worth noting all of the residential activity that's happening in our commercial district. We have over 700 planned units in the commercial district here, close to the metro. If you go by Maple Street Northwest, there's a lot of construction happening at that 68 unit apartment building. The groundbreaking for 218 Cedar Street Northwest, which is the former 7-Eleven, is happening tomorrow. So for the next few years, we're going to be in a state of construction here, but it's a great thing with all of these new residential units, providing more customers for our local businesses here. So from a COVID response standpoint, much of what Kaylee outlined is what I've been working on over the past year, researching available grants and loans for the businesses, helping them apply for them, sharing COVID regulation updates with the businesses. And ours were different on both sides of the line. We had information that was specific to our DC businesses and other information specific to our Maryland businesses. We helped our businesses with modifications to their business, how to get to outdoor dining, how to set up your interior with restrictions in place. We worked on accessing PPE, personal protective equipment for the businesses, helping our local jurisdictions distribute PPE. And then we also did community outreach. So sharing all of this information about our local businesses with the community and encouraging them to continue to shop local, eat out, purchase takeout, purchase gift cards. We were that provided that communication with the community for our local businesses. We also launched our own Tacoma Micro Grant Fund during the pandemic. With the generous support of our community, we raised over $60,000 in donations, with the majority of it being around April of 2020. And we were able to make grants available to our small businesses. And this filled the gap or bridged basically before county, state, city, federal money became available, and our businesses were all closed and not knowing what they were going to do. And we were able to provide $500, $1,000 just to sort of get them going. And they were grateful for that support. And thankfully, we already had a grant application, or we had a process in place from a prior micro grant fund that we started. So we were able to implement it. We had the application, we had a scoring system, we had a review process. So we were able to react quickly and get that out for our businesses. During this time, I applied for a lot of grants. So these grants, we were lucky enough to receive them. They were for commercial district projects as well as business support. So over $300,000 in grants. Some of the commercial district projects that we used grant money for were getting the streetery going, tents, tables, chairs, getting the street barrier created to block Laurel Avenue. All of those things that we needed to help the businesses. We were able to start an emergency relief fund so that we could help businesses who are really struggling during this time. And then the big grant that we received was the Maryland State SERI grant. And this particular grant we applied for, but the pot of money was available only to Maryland Main Streets. So it was a competitive process, and we received a grant for $264,549. And I'm pleased to report it was the third highest grant in the state in this particular fund. And we are by no means the third largest grant or third largest Main Street. But I think we're able to make the case that we have a higher minimum wage here. Our businesses have higher rents to pay. And we had more restrictions in Montgomery County than other Main Streets had in other counties. So we were used this pot of money, and we were able to make 70 grants in 3 categories, or we did 3 rounds of grants, basically. Rent and payroll came first. We did a summer ready grant. Our businesses figured out or got tents and equipment up for when they needed to last spring of 2020, but by the next summer, it needed to be replaced. We're not experts in doing this outdoor operation. So we helped our businesses replace things. We also helped our businesses create long-term dining areas. We were able to help Olive Lounge create their permanent dining structure behind their business. So we have this that will continue to serve them in the future. We also made a round of grants for safety. So we were able to help our businesses upgrade cameras and security systems. And this came after the series of break-ins that we had last winter. And this was helping our businesses make upgrades to better prepare. I also had to write grants for OTBA operations. So from our business perspective, we were severely impacted by the pandemic as well. Over 50% of OTBA revenue comes from events. Another 16% of our revenue comes from our business membership, and they were unable to prioritize their payments over the past year. So through state, through county, through city, we were able to raise $161,000 to keep OTBA's doors open, payroll paid, rent paid, et cetera, so that we could continue to support the small businesses during the pandemic. I want to walk through some of the OTBA programs. This one is an ongoing program. We've had a revolving loan fund, I think, since 2009, and it started with a state of Maryland grant. And this fund, we make loans to our small businesses. They pay it back. We make new loans. And I think it's rolled over. I think we've made 14 loans, and it keeps rolling over as businesses pay it back and we loan it out again. But interestingly, 4 businesses paid off their loans in 2020, 2021. There are restaurants that were doing well. They knew that they wanted to get the money back in the fund so that other businesses we could loan it out to. We currently have no active loans. I think there were enough grants out there for our businesses that they didn't take any loans out for us. We've got a couple prospective loan applicants now, but we have this loan fund that's almost $150,000 that we use to support the businesses. This is a program that we did launch during the pandemic, and it's the Shop Tacoma e-gift card. And we've invited all businesses in Tacoma Park, not just in our commercial district, to participate. And since we launched it in early December 2020, we've had almost $12,000 in e-gift card purchases. And to date, only about 6,100 of them have been redeemed. And this is basically just a card that can be used at participating businesses. It's all on your phone. People have been giving it as gifts, and we anticipate a bunch of new purchases as we go into the holiday season this year. We focused a lot on outdoor spaces over the past year. We created 3 dining areas, and Laurel Avenue actually had multiple uses. We had at one point giant circles, sort of exercise pods painted on the ground on Laurel Avenue. We introduced the tables out there for outdoor dining. We also worked with the county to add tables to the gazebo to create a dining area there. And we added a dining area to BY Morrison Park across from the co-op. We used this opportunity to introduce public art during the past year. We didn't have events to attract people to the commercial district, so we used public art and outdoor public art to encourage people to come outdoors, to come visit the commercial district, dine outside. So these are the picnic tables at the gazebo. We contracted with some local student artists to paint the picnic tables at BY Morrison Park. We worked with a local welder to create the giant TKPK street barrier to close off Laurel Avenue. And it's been a great place for people to take pictures now. We painted the crosswalks for Pride Month back in June. We also introduced ground murals under the micro mobility racks on the DC side of our main street. And we were the temporary recipient of one of the National Cherry Blossom art seats that was on 4th Street, again, using public art to attract visitors to our commercial district to support our local businesses. So over the past year, we had to pivot from holding many events to very few. So the first event back in April of 2020, we pivoted to an online event. And then we were back in person by December of 2020 with our Pajama Rama event, which is our annual shop in your pajamas. And that was limited in terms of how many people could still get into businesses, but at least we got people out, and the businesses, their holiday season turned out okay. We also hosted our community cleanup and gardening day in early 2021, Tacoma Pride event in 2021, a couple of outdoor concerts at the gazebo, and our biggest event, the Tacoma Park Street Festival, this past October. There we go. Which was a great day. Some of our businesses recorded record revenue that day, and as did our vendors. So upcoming, we've got Pajama Rama coming up again first week in December. So in addition to shopping in your pajamas in our local businesses, we're trying to, again, create more activities outdoors to draw people in who may still not be comfortable being inside for long activities. So we've got a new family concert that we're hosting at the gazebo. We've got a new outdoor holiday market that we're hosting at the Tacoma Theater, and that's on December 5th. We also are introducing a new Tacoma Park gifting market. This will be at the Tacoma Junction on Friday, December 10th. We've got local artists and makers and collectors along with food trucks, and some of our local businesses are pouring festive drinks that evening. And then our annual Cocoa Crawl is coming up on December 18th. And this is always a good day for our restaurants as well as our retailers as people get out and do the holiday shopping on the last week before Christmas. So we invite you to attend all of those events with us. And that is it for our activities this year and a snapshot of last year.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Barkley, very much for that. I will say the street festival in particular, I mean, everything was wonderful, but the street festival this year, I think was just, was outstanding. So I think everyone had a great time. Thank you for all your hard work and really helping see our businesses through COVID-19. I don't know if any council members have any questions or just comments to make. Councilmember Kovar.
Not a question, but just to say thanks to Laura for all the great work. And I was able to be part of the ribbon cutting with the mayor and others, including city staff. And Councilmember Kostick was there for part of it as well on Saturday. And even following a tough economic period over the last 18 months, to see essentially no empty storefronts and lots of really interesting, exciting, cool, in many cases locally based in terms of where the owners and managers live, businesses, was just really, really impressive. And so to the extent that that's been helped along by OTBA and by Laura specifically, I just wanted to express my thanks and appreciation for it, and looking forward to all the events that you were just talking about.
Councilman Kostick, sorry.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate thanks for all the work and the really cool initiatives. I've been hearing, over the past year or so, I've just been hearing a lot of really great feedback from residents. And I think there's such appreciation for the way that you were able to pivot and provide some unique opportunities and unique approaches during the pandemic. And it really seems like it's a vibrant, the business district is really vibrant and it's exciting and it's a place people want to be. So thank you so much for your work.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Barkley, and for coming and giving this presentation. And we're really looking forward to the new businesses that are going to open soon. And I'm going to have to take a walk tomorrow. I missed that awning going in today. So we'll have to check it out. Thank you so much. And we're going to tee up now our final presentation for the evening. Tonight is our night of presentations. And I'm going to ask, I know we have representatives from Adventist Healthcare who are with us, and I'm going to have them introduce themselves. But just to give some background on the briefing we will have tonight, as folks know, Washington Adventist Hospital closed and moved to White Oak. One of the requirements when the hospital left was the opening of an urgent care facility on the campus. And Adventist Healthcare has been looking at how well that has been functioning and has a proposal for the city to look at replacing that with primary and behavioral health care to consider that. And so if I said that correctly, or I will be corrected by the representatives of Adventist Healthcare. We could spend all night probably talking about this issue. Tonight is our opportunity to receive a briefing from the representatives from Adventist Healthcare, ask some questions, but we will be continuing this conversation with them. And so just for sake of time, because I know we have folks waiting to do other things on our agenda, I want to give this, the attention it needs, and just want to set that up and say this is our first briefing and we will be continuing the conversation. So if we don't get to answering all the questions tonight, there will be opportunity to do that in the future. So I think, Andrew, I'm going to kick it off to you first.
Great, thank you very much. Can everybody hear me? Yep, great, excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Stewart, and thank you, Council, for having us here tonight. I'm Andrew Nicholas. I am I serve as a Deputy General Counsel for Adventist Healthcare. And I appreciate you making time. I know it's late and I know you've had a packed schedule this evening. And so having been a former employee of a city once myself, I understand the sanctity of maintaining that agenda, and I will do my best to stay on target. I promised Mayor Stewart I would do that. Before I jump into my presentation, We do have some folks here in attendance in support from Adventist Healthcare, and I just wanted to recognize them real quick. I think to save time, I'll just read out the names, but they'll be available to answer questions. And if we're not able to get to everything, as the mayor said, certainly this is the beginning of the conversation, not the end. So we'll be engaging going forward. But on the call this evening, we have Marta Perez, who's our Senior Vice President of Population Health and Post-Acute Services. We have Dr. Marissa Leslie, who's the Clinical Director of our Behavioral Health Services and the Chair of the Nexus Montgomery Behavioral Health Work Group. We have Kim Emerson, who's Director of our Behavioral Health Integration. We have Mary McNamara Ward, Vice President of Physician Network Operations. We have Dr. Wayne Meyer, Clinical Director of our Primary Care Services. We have Bridget Plummer, Director of our Urgent Care Operations, and Dr. Emra Nasser, Medical Director of our Urgent Care Operations, and Dr. Mindy Cohen, who's the Managing Partner of Comprehensive Primary Care, which has 12 locations in the DMV area, and the Medical Director of the One Health Quality Alliance. So thanks to those folks for being on this evening. I'm going to go ahead and try to share my screen. Forgive me. Let's see. So is that working?
No, it doesn't seem to be, Andrew.
All right, let me try again. Double click, that did it. Okay.
That's it.
All right, I'll go ahead and go into the old presentation mode. Okay. So, yeah, I think I appreciate Madam Mayor setting the context of this discussion. I think Adventist Healthcare has been in communication with City of Tacoma Park for some time. I mean, pre-COVID, which I think feels like 10 years ago, on kind of what's been going on in the city, what our experiences has been. And one thing we focused on was really listening to the city on what they felt their health needs were. And I think and I hope that this proposal reflects those conversations. What we heard were the needs of the city. I did submit a formal proposal that's a little more in depth. I understand many may not have been able to review it before this meeting. I sent it over this afternoon. But if you get a chance to check that out, there's certainly more information in that than what I'm able to go through in a PowerPoint. And again, happy to answer any questions as you look at that. But let me just I'll go ahead and kind of walk through what we're proposing here. And so, as the mayor said, the context of this is that we are currently operating an urgent care in Tacoma Park, as you probably know, in the former Washington Adventist Hospital Emergency Department. That was established as soon as the Washington Adventist moved to White Oak. It was set up overnight, as was required, and so that's been since August of 2019. We were optimistic about that urgent care at the start. We had projections that showed it should do strong business and have high volumes. We invested nearly $500,000 in the startup expenses and promoted it locally through social media and mailers and other avenues. However, unfortunately, that has not been our experience to date. We have consistently experienced low patient volumes at this urgent care. In fact, it's received about half the volumes of the other urgent care centers. Adventist Healthcare operates 4 urgent care centers, including the one at Tacoma Park. And the one at Tacoma Park is the only one that operates 24/7. And despite that, it still only sees about half the volumes of the 3 other centers. And so it is just not in high demand within the community. And that presents challenges, many different challenges. One is staffing. It's hard to staff a facility. People want to go where they're needed and where they're going to be busy. And so that has been a challenge. And it's also just been a challenge as far as sustainability. Adventist Healthcare has incurred $2.2 million in losses since it opened. and we're averaging at this point a little under $1 million loss annually. Now, I will recognize and say at the outset, it is not, the goal, nor should it be of healthcare to maximize profits. However, I think it is simply not a sustainable model to maintain operations that lose $1 million a year. That's a challenge. And so there are 5 other urgent care locations in the area, serving the area, and so this Adventist Healthcare Urgent Care is not the only option for these services. So that's our experience with the urgent care. Again, looking forward in conversations with the City of Tacoma Park, we thought, what could we do that would better meet the need? Because we're seeing that the urgent care is not doing it. And so we really came up with a proposal that has 3 different service lines. The first is crisis response. This was overwhelmingly the most significant need that we heard from the city, crisis response services. And this would be in something that is embedded within Tacoma Park and to support the local Tacoma Park Police Department as they respond to individuals experiencing a behavioral health crisis. It would locate clinicians at a facility who could evaluate people who are brought into them in a behavioral health crisis, or the clinicians could also accompany police officers on ride-alongs as they respond to the behavioral health crisis calls and assist in handling and addressing those patients. So we think this is a model that has a lot of merit. We also propose to bring behavioral health counseling, building off the crisis response, in telehealth and in-person counseling, and this would involve community workshops, and as well as a primary care office that would provide preventative and chronic treatment and be supported by the HC network of care. So this is just kind of a brief overview. I'll dive into each of these in a little more detail. So the Interim Crisis Response Center, again, designed primarily to support Tacoma Park Police Department. It will provide localized support to assess crisis patients, conserving resources of the police department, keeping people local. I know it's a drain on resources for police officers to have to travel long distances when responding to the patients experiencing a behavioral health crisis. So this will help conserve, keep them local, be able to assess patients that may need just stabilization and stay local before they kind of level out. So this is something that Adventist Healthcare is working on in collaboration with Montgomery County and Tacoma Park. It's something that the county is supportive of establishing an interim crisis response center in Tacoma Park, and HC is interested in providing the clinical staff to the center. And we are also supportive of the long-term vision. I know Tacoma Park would like to have this be a permanent service, and so once it's established, we would certainly be want to partner with the city on strategies to make that happen. Right now, at the county level, they're thinking an interim response center, but I think once it's established, there may be other avenues to make that a long-term service. And in addition, this came about in partnership with Nexus Montgomery. And Nexus Montgomery is a collaboration, if you're not familiar with, the 4 hospital systems in Montgomery County, as well as the Montgomery County Health Department. And the behavioral health work group within Nexus Montgomery is chaired by Dr. Marissa Leslie, who's on the call this evening. And we invited Tacoma Park to attend that work group so that they have a voice and a seat at the table, because this is where this group is looking at sort of the strategy to address behavioral health issues as a whole, but specifically crisis response is the subject matter right now, countywide. And this way, Tacoma Park can be part of any solutions that are being rolled out and strategies to address those issues and make sure that their needs are being met. And so that's sort of the impetus for this crisis response center looking at being located. So there are active conversations going on right now to establish this. And I think right now we're focused on identifying a good location where the crisis center could sit. So beyond that, looking at behavioral health counseling. I think this really is a sort of an extension of the crisis response. Again, behavioral health came up again and again in our conversations with the city as a need that was missing. Crisis response specifically, but while crisis response is great for addressing someone in the moment, ideally the goal is to avoid someone going into that moment and having that moment of crisis altogether. And you can do that by having access to ongoing behavioral health counseling and medication management services. So we thought it made sense to bring these services into Tacoma Park. You can get preventative care. And then for those who have experienced that crisis, they can be easily linked to local services to get ongoing treatment and counseling to hopefully prevent another crisis from occurring, because I know that is another thing. You tend to see the same people in these situations. So hopefully can avoid that as well. So how this would operationalize is we would plan to bring in an in-person clinician to an office in Tacoma Park once a week, at least at the outset, while we assess what the demand is for in-person counseling. If there's a high demand, we can certainly increase the amount of time we have a person there. But we would also provide telehealth availability 5 days a week. Now, I'll just pause here for a minute just to say telehealth, the expansion of telehealth in behavioral health has been transformational. If there is any sort of silver lining, and maybe there's not really, but to COVID-19, it would be right here at the expansion of telehealth in the behavioral health arena. It has removed so many barriers from people seeking care, whether it's just busy work schedules or issues with childcare or simply the symptoms of someone's behavioral health condition, whether it be anxiety or depression, preventing them from getting out of the house and seeking the care they need. Telehealth enables them to get that care in their home, in a safe place, in private. So it has really been tremendous. It has resulted in a significant reduction in our no-shows for our appointments for behavioral health counseling. And so it's been really excellent. But recognizing that maybe not everyone has either the technology or the private space to access telehealth in their homes, we would also provide in an office in Tacoma Park a room for someone to come in and access counseling via telehealth in an office. So if they didn't have that capability on their own, that they would have that option as well. This service would serve everyone from children to older adults, and it would be clinically integrated with our primary care offices. And this is significant because primary care providers are the #1 referral into behavioral health. And having that care coordinated and having primary care aware of what's happening with behavioral health and vice versa is important. And with that integration, there's a common electronic medical record. So it just makes that coordinated care approach that much easier. So it would be fully integrated. And then we could also bring community support services in the form of free mental health workshops. And these are a variety of topics, from coping with stress and anxiety to coping with depression to living well through healthy eating, which I think I should attend myself. But we could bring that programming into Tacoma Park as well. And that is available virtually, or if there's a demand for that service in person, we can certainly do that as well. So these are some of the things how we would envision the behavioral health counseling service operating in Tacoma Park. But this service would operate out of a primary care office. So when we looked at the services that we would bring, we did conduct a market analysis, and we saw that there are fewer primary care offices per capita in Tacoma Park than in Montgomery County as a whole. However, the offices that are here are in high demand. There's a lot of appointments, and so we do feel like that bringing primary care would be meeting a need given the demand and the relative fewer offices. So the way this would operate would be, we've identified a location actually operating out of the medical office building on the Washington Adventist campus. I'm sure you've all been there. It's the building if you turn in off Carroll, immediately on your left, there's a medical office building. It's got its own parking lot, so it's conveniently located from that standpoint and has convenient parking. And that property is actually not owned by Adventist Healthcare, and so is not subject to any of the issues with transitioning the rest of the property is dealing with. So that property is going to be there and will remain, and that's where we would house this primary care, and that is also where the behavioral health services would be administered out of. The office would be open Monday through Friday from 8 to 5, but there would also be a 24/7 live call-in line, so you can call in 24/7. You're going to talk to a live person, and they can transfer you to a clinician as needed. I think one of the benefits of an Adventist healthcare primary care, because I know that you might think, well, wasn't necessarily one of the needs that you think of in Tacoma Park, but I think that an Adventist healthcare primary care does offer some advantages that you might not get with every community-based center, is that you get the coordination across the entire Adventist healthcare system. Adventist Healthcare operates the largest clinically integrated network in the state of Maryland. And so that means we have a network of providers, primary care to specialty care, to all different sorts of providers that are clinically integrated, sharing the same electronic medical record that facilitate easily transferring patients and coordinating patient care across multiple service lines. So if a patient needed need to go to acute care hospital for care, and then transfer down to get rehabilitation services and transfer to home care services, all of that could be done fairly seamlessly with the input and in collaboration with the primary care physician, because they're all on that network and integrated. So that is definitely a benefit to this, to the Adventist healthcare primary care model. Also, our primary cares all participate in Project Access, which is a program with that supports access to care for lower income individuals. And so lower income individuals from across the region are members of Project Access, and all Adventist healthcare primary care locations treat these folks, as do many of our specialists within our network. So by opening up the primary care, we're also expanding access to other sorts of care for lower income individuals as well. And then for community support that comes along with this, well, another advantage is we do a lot of sort of data tracking of the patients that come into our primary cares. And so if we see a number of patients coming in with a single issue, say diabetes, we can think, all right, yeah, we can treat each person, one off. But we can also bring in some resources to help address this as a whole and try to maybe bend the curve and the prevalence of that issue in the area, and to have the diabetes management classes, educational classes, and things to help curb that issue. And so that is also would be available as well. This is my last slide, because I do want to stay on time. I just want to touch on, I know, I will recognize that it's been a little bit of a rocky road between the city of Tacoma Park and Adventist Healthcare over the last several years. But I just wanted to reaffirm, I hope that this presentation spoke, represented some things that you see as meeting a need in Tacoma Park. But also, I think, Adventist Healthcare's commitment to serving this community has been and remains strong. We've continued to operate the Manor House, which is a truly incredible facility. It's an assisted living facility for adults with chronic and severe mental illness who would otherwise need to live in an inpatient mental health facility, but this provides them an opportunity to live in a more communal environment, and that's right in the community. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, we've provided services from free COVID testing to inpatient care at the alternative care site at the old former Washington Adventist Hospital. We also operate an outpatient infusion center, which is a COVID-19 treatment at that location as well. And when the vaccine came out, we established a community vaccination clinic on the campus, right in the community, and administered over 20,000 vaccine doses from that location. And so that was a tremendous success. We're very proud of that effort. And then otherwise, for community support, we are currently, and have been throughout the year, hosting 4 community service organizations on our campus, free of charge, using vacated space to support their food distribution efforts in the area. And we also just recently, just a couple of weeks ago, participated and provided free flu vaccines for the area as well, which is, it's always important to get a flu vaccine, but especially important this year with both the COVID and the flu vaccine to get both of them, because otherwise we could have a really rough winter. So just wanted to kind of reinforce that our commitment, continued commitment to the area. Again, I'm sure this didn't answer all of your questions. You've got the formal proposal, hopefully, that goes into more details. But this is my contact info, as this is, again, our first conversation we're going to have. Feel free to reach out to me. The mayor and Mr. Fox know how to reach me as well, so you can always reach me through them as well. And so we're definitely happy to carry on this conversation going forward. And with that, I'll yield to any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. You have so many wonderful people here with you this evening from Adventist Healthcare. I just want to thank them all for participating tonight. And like I said, we could probably spend hours talking about this, but I think this overview, Andrew, that you provided us, as well as the proposal that we can dig into, is going to be really beneficial. I think maybe we'll just take a few minutes for some questions. I know it's getting late for you all, but I guess one of the things that did come up is, and I apologize if this is in the proposal, but when we're talking about behavioral health services, could someone define that for us, and would that include substance abuse as well?
So I'll take first shot at this, and if anybody else wants to chime in, please let me know. It would not include substance abuse. However, all of our primary care locations do what's called SBIRT, screening, brief intervention, and treatment training, which is a sort of public health way to assess if someone is at risk or in the middle of substance abuse. And so you conduct this assessment and determine if the person should be referred to treatment, and if so, we can certainly refer to them to our treatment services at Shady Grove, or potentially some other community-based center as well. And then as far as defining, I guess, behavioral health services, that I would look for to maybe Dr. Leslie, if she wanted to field that one.
Hi, Mayor Kate. Nice to see you again, and thank you, Council, for having us. Behavioral health services, I think the pain point I've heard in conversations include crisis response. So that's my initial thought. But for the services embedded in primary care, and I'd love for my partner, Kim Emerson, to also speak to this, it really would be that preventive, stabilizing behavioral health care. Primary care providers are actually the largest providers of behavioral health care nationally. They start with forming those relationships, sometimes starting antidepressants, anti-anxiety medication, and then for more severe cases, referring them to psychiatrists such as myself. Kim can also talk about the therapy services, which are really invaluable.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Yes, so as Dr. Leslie mentioned, we do have a very strong team of licensed clinical social workers and professional counselors who are able to provide, we do primarily cognitive behavioral therapy, and those services are offered through telehealth, but we would be offering them in person as well at the Tacoma Park Primary Care Office.
Great. And sorry, just a follow-up question. I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Would under this type of model, would someone need to be receive their primary health care, or can someone just walk in? I guess is the question. Like, how would this actually work in our community?
Sure. So to access our outpatient behavioral health services, the ones that were just described, no, they would not need to be a patient of the primary care. It is I'm very visual. So like, this is primary care, this is the behavioral health services that are being offered, and they kind of cut through, right? So we're like a nomadic group, and we're able to serve across different locations and help in that way. So we would be available if there are people in the community that have other primary care clinician or primary care providers. We don't want to interfere with that, but they can still access our services.
Great. And sorry, I will pass it on, but and so for example, on our city staff, we do have witness, someone who helps coordinate with witnesses or people who have been victims of crime and other things. And we also have our housing department. And would this be a place where people could, if they're seeing someone who's in distress, they could recommend, and say, we recommend, you walk down the street kind of thing and participate in your programs and things.
Yeah, so I wouldn't, let me phrase it this way. The way that we operate our services now, we don't function as a walk-in clinic, but we do receive referrals. And when I say referrals, I don't mean that you literally need like a piece of paper to access our services. People can call and make an appointment on their own. But we receive referrals from all sorts of different community-based organizations like what you just described, and can assist in that way.
Mayor Kate, the walk-in component would be addressed by the crisis response. And so that would help law enforcement to not have to drive further distances, taking them away from their other duties.
Yes. Dr. Leslie has heard me talk about this very many times. Terrific. I will turn it over to Councilwoman Searcy now.
Great. Thank you so much. This presentation has been great. I actually want to pick up where the mayor left off. So in terms of, and I know that you're in some very early stages of discussions around the crisis model, but given that a lot of folks that are in crisis sometimes have co-occurring issues related to substance use disorder as well as mental health, is the idea that, the definition of services that would be provided under the crisis model would include substance use disorder treatment?
I can take that, Councilmember Searcy. Absolutely. Initially, I think it would be more of a triage, motivational interviewing to motivate the county or city resident to seek substance use disorder treatment, which is better served, by the way, in a coordinated program as opposed to just by a single provider. Successful substance use disorder programs have a lot of support, therapists, case management. And so that's why we certainly don't want to over deliver on that. But in the crisis arena, absolutely, those issues would be addressed as well.
Okay. And then under the crisis model, and I just want to make sure I'm a visual person as well, and I'm trying to figure out where stuff is going to go on the campus. So it makes sense, the physician building that you all are talking about in terms of the behavioral health and the telehealth, kind of locations where folks can kind of tap in and where the primary care physicians would be. For the crisis model, is the crisis going to be in that building as well? Or are you talking about the main hospital building, or is that to be determined? We don't know.
That's really to be determined. In our first conversation, we talked about a community center in Tacoma Park that had some space, but I really think that we need to flesh that out. And you need to tell us what works for your city and for the residents.
Okay.
Andrew, I don't know if you wanted to elaborate on.
No, that was exactly.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, I see other hands and it's after 9:30, but thank you all so much. And I look forward to reviewing the proposal in detail.
Great. Councilwoman Dabala.
Yes, thank you very much for coming out and presenting and bringing such a big team to listen to us. And I really appreciate the crisis response piece, because when I think about the needs in Tacoma Park, that's the piece that jumps out for me. So I'm looking forward also to reviewing the proposal, and I do appreciate also just how much Adventist has been here for the community through the COVID time, and I can't say enough about that. I do have some questions about the underlying, not for tonight, but can you provide us with some of the underlying data about primary care usage and urgent care usage and availability in this area? And perhaps a little bit more about how the promotion of the urgent care that you have here compares with the promotion you've been doing with the other urgent care units that you have that attract more visitors. So we can be assured that there's been every effort made to get people to do that, and that there is a need not just for the primary care, but how it compares with the need for the urgent care around here. So that would be something that would be really important to me. And of course, I'd like to get the reaction of our police chief to the full proposal, because we only recently talked with him and about public safety task force recommendations in this area, and mental health crisis services was a big piece. So there's been a lot of, you may already know, there's been a lot of thought on that around here. I think that's it for me for tonight. And I look forward to continuing the conversation. Thank you.
Absolutely, our pleasure. There is some of the information that you're looking for in the proposal, but happy to follow up with any additional information that you might need.
Councilman Costick.
Thank you for the presentation tonight. As others have said, I'm looking forward to kind of delving a little more deeply into the proposal, and might have some further questions then. Just sort of initially, it seems to me that the crisis response and the behavioral health are needs, as you pointed out, and seem like they could really help serve the community. One of the words that kind of jumped out at me as you were presenting, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly, was that if I understand correctly, it seemed like you mentioned that those things were interim services. Is that correct? And what is sort of your anticipation with regard to what interim means and kind of what the long-term plan is?
Yeah, no, for the crisis response center, sort of locating a physical, place within Tacoma Park. The plan right now, as envisioned by Montgomery County, is to establish an interim crisis response center in Tacoma Park. There's an effort to establish a larger crisis response facility in Rockville. And so I think that their thinking, at least at the county level, is an interim location in Tacoma Park. But however, I think, we recognize that, I think, regardless of what's established in Rockville, the need in this end of the county is not going to go away. And so would definitely be interested in and be a partner for the city to explore avenues to make that a permanent center going forward once it's established. Sometimes once you get something going, the evidence of its need is right there, and then it's easier to make it permanent.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Great. Terrific. Well, it is getting late, and we so appreciate all of you joining us this evening. The proposal has been circulated to the city council, and I believe the city clerk did put it up on the city website with our agenda this evening, so people can easily access it. We will do a deep dive into this. I asked my colleagues if you have follow-up questions or anything that you can send them to myself and I'm going to, Mr. Fox, if you don't mind, say the deputy city manager, because I know she is the one that has been, both you and the deputy city manager, since she's the one who has been meeting with the Nexus. Is that correct? If I have that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's good. If you could send any follow-up questions to the three of us, and we will compile them. And I'd like to receive those by Thanksgiving, early December, because I know Adventist Healthcare is also eager to move forward with this. So we will get you something in early December, and I know Andrew will definitely email me if he doesn't. To make sure we do that, and we'll move forward with these conversations. But thank you very much for all the work that has gone into this, and we look forward to continuing the conversation with you.
Thank you all very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Good night.
All right, now we will, a bit behind schedule, apologizing to folks who are here for public comments. We needed to rejigger whatchamacallit, our agenda this evening to accommodate some of the presenters. And now we're ready for public comments. And I just saw Tom and now he disappeared. I think he's first up for we have one public comment on our voting item, and I waiting to see if we get him back.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, if you want to.
Okay. I can
I can see you
see
now, too.
myself.
Yes.
I need to put my script up so I can stay within your time limits. So
Okay.
bear with me. Shoot. Okay. All right. Let me run through this quickly, please. I sent you my written comments last week before you voted. And I'm going to reiterate my concerns, even though I know, having given this a unanimous vote last week, it's going to be the same unanimous vote tonight. But I think you're making a mistake. Let me begin by saying that I believe all of you are conscientious, diligent, and dedicated people, that you take your roles seriously and you fulfill them, generally speaking, well. But nevertheless, you're making a mistake. First, current negotiations are ongoing with the union, representing approximately 80 people who spend their work life delivering services to us, to you, to me, to all of us. As I understand the status of talks, the city has offered a 1.8% wage increase, which the union is unwilling to accept. Now, the city workers Facebook page, and I don't know if this is correct or not, calculates the proposed increase for elected officials to be 111%. I know it won't become effective until the next election, but even if you increase elected officials' compensation only 11%, you'd be offering city workers who depend on their jobs as a livelihood, only 16% of what you propose for yourself. For city workers, the increase is about their livelihood. For you, elected officials, it is an enhancement. Aren't all of you either employed or receiving retirement benefits? In any event, we are looking at a 1.8% increase for people who depend on the compensation of the city to care for themselves and their families. At the same time, we're looking at more than 100% increase for you, and that's not right. Second, I know any increase will not apply to current officials, but instead to whomever sits in your seats after the next election. Given the high percentage of incumbents who are reelected, and I think that Sam Abbott in 1985, 36 years ago, was the last incumbent who wasn't reelected. You are, for all intents and purposes, proposing a raise for yourselves. Be candid with the community. Third, I don't know what number will end up being acceptable to the union and the employees, and I don't intend to get involved in the negotiations. But as I explained in more detail, a fixed percentage favors those at the bottom end of the wage scale rather than those at the top, while the people at the bottom of the wage scale are most likely to be affected adversely by inflation. So back to your compensation, 2 questions. Is there any evidence that potential candidates have been deterred from running for office because of inadequate compensation? And is there any evidence that potential candidates will be deterred from running if the current compensation level remains the same? And before I end, I just want to thank Councilmember Kovar, who represents the ward in which I live, for responding to those questions with me directly and privately. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. That was the only comments we had on voting items tonight. Now we have comments on other items, and I think Robert, you're up first. You're on mute, sorry.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
I live on Sycamore Avenue, and I've been in Tacoma Park for about 35 years. I really believe that Tacoma Park is a progressive community and that it's committed to social justice. But I'm troubled that we continue to celebrate historical figures who have played central roles in the oppression of Black people and Native Americans in the names of our city streets. In the wake of George Floyd's murder, other communities across the country have recognized their responsibility for addressing the continuing legacy of racism by removing monuments and renaming buildings and streets that honored Confederate leaders. But Tacoma Park continues to honor Robert E. Lee, the most prominent military leader of the Confederacy, with Lee Avenue. Other streets, such as Jackson Avenue and Davis Avenue, may also honor Confederate war leaders, although that's less clear. We also maintain streets named for Union generals, Philip Sheridan and William Sherman. They fought honorably for the Union in the Civil War, but subsequently led the Indian Wars in the West that destroyed Native Americans' cultures and economies and forced them into subsistence on reservations. The city considered this issue 3 years ago and ultimately decided against renaming any streets. But that was before the death of George Floyd. Surely Tacoma Park should now be willing to join Richmond, Virginia, Washington, D.C., and many other cities in removing memorials to men who fought to maintain slavery or to oppress Native Americans. When the city considered this issue earlier, residents expressed legitimate concerns about the burden of changing their addresses and replacing their driver's licenses. We can resolve those concerns, however, by rededicating the streets in question to individuals with the same surnames, but whose leadership for human rights makes them truly worthy of our respect. Lee Avenue, for example, could be dedicated to Reverend George W. Lee, a Black civil rights leader and minister in Mississippi who was martyred in 1955 while leading a voting rights campaign. While it may not be clear whether Jackson Avenue and Davis Avenue were named for Confederate leaders, we could eliminate that distasteful possibility by rededicating those streets to figures like Mahalia Jackson, the famous gospel singer and civil rights activist, and Angela Davis, the philosopher and human rights activist. Instead of celebrating the men who led our nation's oppression of Native Americans, Sheridan Avenue could be rededicated to Richard Brinsley Sheridan, Irish playwright, member of parliament, advocate for the liberation of colonized peoples. His speeches inspired Frederick Douglass. Sherman Avenue could be dedicated to his brother, Senator John Sherman, who helped found the Republican Party as an anti-slavery party and helped lead the adoption of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. Rededicating these streets in this fashion would take little effort: a city council proclamation, a public dedication ceremony, possibly plaques at the streets in question. But it would demonstrate the city's commitment to eliminating the legacy of racism. And it would end the risk that Black and Native American residents may feel excluded or offended by seeing figures associated with racial oppression celebrated in our city streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Next, we have Sean. You're next.
Hi, my name is Sean Henley. I'm a Public Works employee and president of AFSCME Local 3399. I wanted to respond to a few points at the city's November 12th statement regarding ongoing negotiations. City management has consistently touted the fact that essential employees received hazard pay in the first months of the pandemic. It should be noted that hazard pay was originally only given to police, and Public Works employees had to petition the former city manager to even receive these funds. The total hazard pay distributed for Public Works employees was between $1,400 and $2,000 before taxes. As we have mentioned on our website, helptacomaparkworkers.org, Hagerstown and Washington County paid $5,000 and $5,500 respectively to their frontline workers. Neither the county nor Hagerstown claim to be or are especially progressive, yet they were willing to pay ARPA funds immediately to frontline employees. What does that say for the progressive stronghold of Tacoma Park? The statement also mentions that non-union employees in the Tacoma Park Police Union accepted a 1.8% increase earlier this year. As far as non-union employees, unfortunately for them, they have no collective representation and have to accept whatever pocket change the city offers. And the routine tactic of pointing to the police union's capitulation on this and other wage adjustments is moot. Contract negotiations are just that, negotiations, not a race between competing bargaining units for who can accept a bad offer first. It should also be pointed out that officers' starting pay is roughly $20,000 more than a large portion of our members, so the material needs and urgency are not comparable. Regarding mediation, we participated in 2 full mediation sessions in late July and again in late August. And during those sessions, the city's position did not change, though they claimed to be bargaining in good faith throughout. Because of this, we are wary of continuing based solely on a hint that city representatives are interested in quote unquote re-engaging in the process. We have not yet committed to mediation, but have scheduled a small group meeting with the city representatives next week to gauge their position, and will push forward with arbitration if that conversation is not fruitful. As the mayor and council vote on doubling their own compensation, and as ARPA funds continue to be distributed with no forethought for city frontline workers, please note that the mayor and council have the power to meet our reasonable demands today. Their unwillingness to get involved is a convenient way to avoid accountability and a stalled negotiations process that shortchanges and disrespects city employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mary Jane Matui. I think Mary Jane, you're still on mute.
Hi, can you hear
There
me
you go.
now? Hi. I support the increase on wages for the union and blue collar workers. My own son is a blue collar worker. I wish I'd been able to talk with the man about urgent care because my son was seen at the urgent care center this last Friday evening. He tested positive for COVID. Unfortunately, like many blue collar workers, he does not have the freedom to be in an office somewhere away from people. He has to deal with the general public. And even though he's had 2 vaccinations and wore a mask, he still got COVID. And we're in quarantine now. But I just wanted to say something about talking about behavioral health. I've had behavioral health issues my entire life. And I'll tell you, the one time that I felt the best is when I had a home. We talk about Band-Aids and more Band-Aids and, oh, we'll help somebody overnight. We need more than overnight. The one time I felt secure and I actually was cured is when I was in a place called Woodley House in DC, where I had my own room and a group house and a meal once a day. They need that security, not just Band-Aids. And it's not just saying, oh, well, we'll have a place where the police can take you overnight. Where do they go? We need that whole hospital building there would be great to have at least part of it for a place like Woodley House that helped me so much in the past. And I just wanted to talk to Laura Barclay because I've been picking up for Shepherd's Table for 15 years from the Tacoma Park Farmers Market, and I wish to thank her and the farmers for this. But I've been having a hard time because some of the farmers say that people aren't picking up and they have extra food. But I've been trying to get in touch with her about this, about what days somebody's picking up and what isn't, so I can tell the people at Shepherd's Table who now have a van, they could come pick it up now. So, because I've had a hard time picking up because I'm getting older, physically doing the labor. So, and thank you all very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Matui. Next, Ms. Kern. Diane, you're still on mute.
Sorry. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Diane Kern, a longtime resident in Ward 3, and tonight I'm representing many members and friends of Tacoma Park Presbyterian Church and the church's police reform and racial justice committees. The church would like to make 3 points related to the city's ARPA update that was posted online recently. 1, needed funding amounts. 2, prioritizing spending on most vulnerable city residents. And 3, the need for improvements to the community engagement process. On funding, we urge you to spend the remaining $5.5 million from the first tranche on immediate needs. With respect to these immediate needs, ARPA funding should be provided promptly for immediate direct cash assistance to all low-income renters in the city at a cost we estimate at about $3 million. In addition, we urge you to top up the funding you have already set aside for housing and feeding assistance. Finally, as we have repeatedly urged, we recommend you establish a pilot program for a mobile crisis unit to deal with mental health, addiction,
More than that,
homelessness, and other related social issues. This program should be outside of and separate from the police department. To cost this out, the county's estimates for its own program may be helpful. These 3 items are essential. We are also intrigued by the possibility of Tacoma Park undertaking a small experimental pilot program for a guaranteed income in the city at a cost we estimate at about $1 million. Second, we are concerned by a statement in the staff progress report under the heading of racial equity considerations that city staff are ensuring that a quote unquote significant portion of ARPA funds are dedicated to helping the city's most vulnerable residents, close quote. We do not think the word significant is strong enough. To be consistent with the purposes of ARPA and also to provide maximum attention to racial equity considerations, the vast majority of ARPA funds should be dedicated to the most vulnerable residents of Tacoma Park. And finally, we are concerned that the staff report calls for community engagement opportunities only after staff presents their comprehensive plan to you on January 12th. That timing would make community engagement and input an after the fact, check the box exercise without real effect. And it will further delay expenditures without any apparent benefit. We strongly recommend you start community engagement activities in early December and then resume them again in early January. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight and have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Curran. Great, those are all the public comments we have this evening. We'll now turn to council comments. Do my colleagues?
I think we lost the mayor.
I think we lost the mayor. All right.
She's coming back.
Okay, great.
I don't know what happened.
It's my fault. Very sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's like being promoted, demoted. All right. Well, okay. Wait, now let me have to check to see who. All right. First up, I have Councilmember Kovar and then Councilmember Smith and then Councilmember Bala. So first, Councilmember Kovar.
Not the phrase we want to hear. We lost the mayor. Thank you. And just wanted to mention a few things. One, I appreciate the small business proclamation that was read earlier by the mayor. And that really fits in well with the presentations from the Crossroads Group and also from the Old Tacoma Business Association. And all of that connects to the really interesting and fun ribbon cuttings that we had the other day, which I also referred to. So I just want to say that the small business angle is a really important one for us to all be focused on, particularly as the holidays approach. And I think it's worth trying to do as much shopping as we can in those local businesses. So I encourage that. Secondly, I did have an office hours, 2 office hours yesterday, 2 hours worth, and thank those who came by. Appreciate it. So I didn't have to just sit there on my own. I also appreciated Mr. Gagliardo's comments about the council compensation. If I have interacted on that some by email, and I think we'll get into the questions that he asked about when we vote on that a little bit later, but I just wanted to acknowledge that. And then one other thing, I received a note that from the Montgomery County Parks Department, and I think residents are aware that there's been an effort underway for a while to plan the renovation of the Silver Spring Intermediate Neighborhood Park. That's the park up near Montgomery College, basically between Philadelphia Avenue and Boston Avenue. That planning process was completed and some initial steps were taken on stormwater control. But this note now says that they're scheduled to begin the construction in December and that it will take approximately 12 months and that the playground will remain open during most of the work period. So I'll send something around separately, and if any of my colleagues are interested as well, to let folks in Ward 1 know about that. But don't be surprised if beginning next month we begin to see some activity there. And I hope everybody has a pleasant Thanksgiving. I know it's been a tough period, but hopefully we have some things to be thankful for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith.
I want to thank the National Center for Children and Families for opening up their latest facility in Tacoma Park, specifically on Flower Avenue in Ward 5. I had the opportunity to go to the ribbon cutting. I want to thank Dr. Chapman and the president of their board, Mr. Askew Jr. they could have picked a lot of other sites in Montgomery County, but they picked this one. I want to welcome the future new tenants and the current people that have already agreed to move into the facility. I want to welcome them to Tacoma Park. It's great to see property like this be reused in an affordable housing facility that will help those that are really, really desperately in need of affordable housing. So I think this is great. I hope we can see other opportunities like this in the city.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Councilman Devala.
Yes, I'm going to cut down what I wanted to bring up by about half, given the hour. So just two things. One is sadly an announcement of a Ward 2 resident who passed away early last Friday morning, Juan Torres, who was on the Police Advisory Board for many years, at one point in management and public works here in the city, and long-term Department of Public Works director in Cheverly, not to mention all the other things going on in his community service. There's a notice posted on the Police Advisory Board webpage. Family is asking for donations to Tacoma Academy in his memory. So many of you know him, so I just wanted to mention that. The second, on a completely different note, earlier this week, the county council member, County Council President Hucker introduced a bill to tap the existing county energy tax for the Green Bank in order to do multifamily housing, energy efficiency work to meet the county's climate goals, which would directly help us in meeting our goals, which is why I mention it. So I hope that we can, I think that it falls squarely in our, what we've already approved as policy in terms of supporting it. And I wanted to make sure everybody knew that about this particular development in climate legislation. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Councilman.
Thank you. Good evening again, everyone. First of all, just want to thank the public commenters tonight, as always. And also note, Mr. Dreyer discussed the possibility of looking into rededicating some of our streets. That is something that I supported back when we discussed this several years ago, and I think it makes a lot of sense. It's a good approach to resolve the issue without the sort of logistical difficulty of literally changing the street names, which would obviously be the more ideal if possible. So just want to encourage my colleagues to think about that, and that might be something we can reconsider again in the future. Just a couple of updates from National League of Cities and the Transportation Planning Board. We had a meeting of the Human Development Committee in National League of Cities on Monday. We had some very interesting updates on the Build Back Better and infrastructure funds that we can be expecting, and particularly with regard to workforce development. I think that's something we as a city might want to keep an eye on and look for opportunities for grants through, particularly related to workforce development related to climate jobs, climate change, and green jobs, as well as a significant workforce shortage that is anticipated in order to be able to accomplish all of the infrastructure work that is anticipated through the funding. So there might be some great opportunities to collaborate with schools and nonprofits and others in seeking some of those funds. The Transportation Planning Board met today. We had 2 interesting presentations on connected and autonomous vehicles, as well as some focus groups that gave some feedback on transportation in the region. I also just want to flag that the Transportation Planning Board will be considering a letter to the governors of Virginia, Maryland, and DC Mayor focused on cross-jurisdictional enforcement of speed camera violations. Right now, if you have a ticket from a speed camera in DC, that's actually not enforceable in Maryland in terms of paying your fine. So we've been discussing sending a letter to the governors on this. In general, I think this probably makes a lot of sense. However, I was opposed, as I noted earlier, to the resolution related to general safety that the TVB passed prior in back in July, I believe, which called for adding primary seatbelt enforcement as a regulation. And so at this point, I intend to abstain from the vote on that letter, but I welcome thoughts from my colleagues as we get a little closer to that vote. If you have thoughts on that and want to direct a different approach by a majority of the council. And then finally, tomorrow evening, 7 to 8 p.m. virtually, we'll be having a meeting to discuss the Lincoln and Carroll intersection, as well as the Jefferson and Carroll intersection, and some safety improvements we would like to see there that we could potentially approach SHA with. So if you haven't gotten the link, please let me know if you'd like to attend. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilman Searcy.
Great. Good evening, everyone. This will be really quick. Don't forget the farmers market. Next Wednesday is the last Wednesday for the market. So we're so sad to see it go, but I want us to help support them and have them go out with a bang. So please go out and patron the farmers market on Wednesday. Another thing, last Friday, I had an opportunity to attend the COG Human Services board meeting. And one of the things that was very timely given our conversation with AHC today was discussion around a draft resolution to cooperate regionally to address mental health stigma. So the idea is that, you know, there's coordination that's happening across the region to not only fill a gap in terms of access to care, but also to reduce the stigma associated with seeking treatment and encouraging people in communities to do that. So right now it's just in draft, but I just bring it up as another way to understand how regionally mental health service provision and reducing stigma is critically important. And that is all I have.
Great, thank you all. I have a couple of things. Want to also, as Councilmember Smith said, we had a great ribbon cutting yesterday for the apartments on Flower Avenue. And I just want to thank the National Center for Children and Families for creating this affordable housing in our community and being a great partner. So that was a great day, and we did get to meet one of the very first residents who will move in with her children. So it was an excellent day. This week, gosh, this week seems long already. It was just Monday night. I testified before the Montgomery County delegation and presented the city's priorities for the upcoming legislative session. On Sunday afternoon, I attended the 10th anniversary of the Elite Soccer Youth Development Academy. That is one of the grantees of the city. So great to see all of the young soccer players and be able to participate in that. And then earlier this evening, before our meeting, the Montgomery chapter of the Maryland Municipal League had a meeting with representatives from the county executive's office on tax duplication. And I just want to do a huge shout out to our deputy city manager, Jessica Clark, who's doing an enormous amount of work on this. We are making some progress. Hopefully we will make even more progress soon. But I just want to say thank you to Ms. Clark for all her work and attention to the details on this as we move forward. And I think that's it for me. I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just two quick items tonight. The city is going to be partnering with Safeway on November 29th at 11 a.m. to host a vaccination clinic including pediatric shots for 5 to 11-year-olds. And the second item, just referencing, just wanted to say thank you to council for your continued support of staff, and especially this week when we had a member of our city family that was injured on the job. We continue to support our staff during this time, and we thank you for all your support now and future support. And we just hope for a speedy recovery of a member of our team. With that, Madam Mayor, I turn back over to you.
Great. One quick thing we also wanted to note is on the redistricting maps. People may have questions on that. And I believe the maps, they're not up yet, but they will be up soon. Is that correct?
Yeah, they should be up by Friday.
Okay, the maps will be up by Friday, and we are moving forward with the December 2nd meeting so that they can be presented and we can receive public feedback on them. And then the city council will take up when looking at the redistricting, the proposed maps in January. But we didn't want to delay any further. So we have the maps, they will be posted, the public can look at them, go to the meeting on December 2nd, or there are other ways that you will be able to provide public comments on them. And then the council will take it back when we get back in January. So just wanted to make sure folks know about that. Terrific. All right, we have lots and lots of minutes to pass this evening. I want to make sure I get them all. We have the minutes from June 16th, July 7th, July 14th, July 21st, July 28th, September 8th, September 22nd, September 29th, October 6th, October 13th, and October 20th. So I do know Councilwoman Costick asked for a slight change to, and I can't remember which date it was, clarification, but that had, those minutes have been updated, and it was exactly on what she spoke about tonight to make clear her position on the TPV board. So I will ask if someone would like to make a motion to move the minutes this evening. Councilman DeBala moved, Councilman Costick second. Any comments or changes to make to the minutes? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Okay, Councilmember Kovar,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes, and thank you.
Councilmember Costick,
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy,
Hi.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. All right, now we will turn to our voting session. The first item we will discuss tonight is our single reading ordinance approving a contract for construction management services. And I do know we have a representative from the firm that we are going to do the contract with, and our Director of Public Works. And Ms. Braithwaite, am I turning it over to you, to the city manager, just to kind of run through what this is? What are we voting on tonight, and just give us the highlights?
Sure. In a nutshell, what we are proposing is to write on an existing county contract for construction management services. The city has extensively reviewed the 3 companies that were awarded contracts by the county in 2020 for construction management services. We found them all to be exceptionally well able to perform the services. We asked for proposals from the 3 firms based on the pricing that was approved through the county contract. And we've made a recommendation for pursuing a contract with Acadia for construction management services, particularly related to the library. And that's what we are prepared to present this evening, and are asking for permission. One of the things that we would like to pursue most quickly is a constructability analysis, which is a kind of a hard second look at the existing complete documents that the construction management firm will do to just take another look and identify whether there's any constructability conflicts, utility conflicts, or other things that the city should be aware of that could potentially result in challenges to the construction process, and to identify those ahead of time. So the architectural firms and the potential bid documents that the city will be putting forward in the future for construction can reflect those and correct those before we end up in a change order type situations. So we're really pleased to present to you our recommendation for proceeding with the contract for construction management services. It's really an essential part of the team that's going to be necessary to shepherd this through from beginning to end. And as we've learned over the years, when we've pursued large projects, it's essential to have a strong construction management firm to partner with the city and be the city's eyes and ears and advocate on this process as we move forward. So we're pleased to make this recommendation and look forward to working with Arcadia and others. I don't know if Sam is currently on. Yeah, I see he's on the meeting here this evening. And so if you have any particular questions about the process or contract or company, he can address those, or I can address those. And I would be remiss if not adding that the Deputy Public Works Director took the lead on this project, identified the existing county contract, and did a tremendous amount of work in vetting and preparing the review process that the city did, which was extensive. Really appreciate the participation of our architectural firms, the library director, and others in reviewing the vendors that we had to select from, and then really putting them through a really extensive review process to improve our awareness of the company, the services they provide, and we really feel like the city will be well served with the partnership that we're proposing.
Before asking to have this single reading ordinance moved, does anyone have any overarching questions or general questions or very specific questions about the contract that can be answered? All right, Councilmember Kovar and then Dabala.
Thank you. And there was a brief email exchange about this previously, but I just wanted to make sure that people understood. So if staff could just respond. So the first question is, under the terms of the contract, if, for example, we've all heard these stories about supply chain challenges and materials costing more and whatnot. So if it turned out that we received the cost is somewhere beyond what we're hoping for, or for some other unforeseen reason the project can't go forward, how this contract functions so that it's not the full amount has to be paid, but only the work that's actually done. And I just want to get a clarification on that point.
Sure. As with any other similar contract, the services are approved at a contract rate based on time and materials. So the city would only be charged for those actual services that were provided. We certainly hope the project can proceed. And our first initial task will be the constructability review. But if in due process and as the construction bids get advertised and the city gets results, our construction management firm will help us review those bids. But if the city decides not to proceed, we will only be billed for those services and time that the contractor is actually involved.
And so the constructability review or constructability analysis hadn't been explicitly, anyway, part of the earlier discussions that we have seen. So could someone just give a little background to what that gives over and above the construction management, that's what this is, right? But this is just a more detailed precursor of when the bids go out. Is that the issue?
Yes, it's basically another thorough look through the documents, the construction bid documents. As we did our due diligence in reviewing the construction management firms, all of them strongly suggested that a constructability review should be done as a step one in the process. It basically provides another set of eyes and expertise in reviewing what's been developed, both to identify potential difficulties, construction challenges, conflicts that might have been missed or overlooked by the architects and others in the development of the process. And also just to alert the city to those and to kind of do have that information up front available so that any potential changes or conflicts can be identified and then worked out before going out to bid, which could potentially result in change orders or other challenges as the project proceeds.
Okay, and thank you. And lastly, what does it really mean to say that we're, whatever the term is, layered on top of the county or riding on the county's contract? And does that also mean that Arcadis could handle other construction matters here in the city under the same contract with the same cost?
Well, we've specifically provided the proposal related to the library as a particular project that is before you this evening. Because the Arcadis is working under a county contract, the city is eligible to ride on the county contract for any construction management services that it deems it needs. If other projects come up in the future, we would strongly advocate for pursuing a construction management service similar to what we have. There is a strong amount of benefit, particularly if we have concurrent construction projects, to be working with the same construction management firm. So scheduling, site use, and those types of things can be better coordinated if we're doing it all within one firm. However, what we have for you before you this evening is specifically related to the library. Should another construction project be identified, we would also get price proposals and bring that before the council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Devala.
Yes, thanks. I am very excited that we're moving forward on the library. And I'm really pleased to see that we are bringing on a construction manager to oversee this because I've been around for some other construction projects, and I think this is a very, very useful way to approach a large project for a small community. So with that said, I did send in a list of some pretty detailed questions and I got some answers back already. That's really wonderful. Don't need to go into all of that right now, but I wanted to just clarify a couple of the basics just to make sure that we've all got them thinking about it the same way. So the full length of this contract is 2 years, but the expectation is 18 months. So if I'm reading it correctly, so then that gives a few months of wiggle room if something happens to delay. So assuming I've got that right, my question is about cost of the project, of the construction manager, if things either get delayed or get changed dramatically. If it's a time and a materials, then is there just some upper limit? And when we hit that, we just have to rethink this? Or is there something built in there that I missed about how to address time or cost delays and increases?
Sure. Well, as I mentioned, as we are writing on a county contract, the contract that the county has specifies hourly rate for various services provided by the firms. Arcadis provided the city a proposal based on a review of the documents related to the library project and their expertise in terms of typical timelines, number of weekly meetings, type of work that would be required in a similar type of
I saw that
assessment. So they have provided a proposal for us based on a number of assumptions and estimates about the time that will be required over the course of the contract. There is no specific number of months or particular start date, end date. It will begin with a constructability analysis and it will end with the end of the construction of the contract.
Okay.
That said, They'll be billing us on a regular basis. We'll be evaluating that as a percentage of the total contract. If it's apparent during any point in time of the work that either significant issues have arisen that were not foreseen, or there is some change to the amount of time that's required, or the city is requesting additional services, that would be negotiated based on the contract rates with the contractor. And in the case where it was a significant difference, we would discuss a change order arrangement with the contractor, and all that would be, the council would be informed, and that would be part of the discussions as we, I imagine, would provide regular updates on the construction as it's going forward over the estimated year and a half that this project would be underway.
Thanks. And so the scope of work that you intend is then basically the chart that they had in their proposal with all the different tasks. And then there might be some adjustments based on your collective experience. But that's basically the scope of work.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then you mentioned so will you or will Mr. Eubanks be the lead on actually managing this project, managing the construction manager who's managing the project?
I haven't had any distinct understanding about who will be overseeing the work going forward. I imagine Public Works will be involved, as will be the library director. I know the deputy city manager has been very involved in the design and development process. So working together with City Manager Fox, we will identify who's the lead on this, and we'll proceed once the project gets underway.
Yeah, well, some of my more detailed questions had to do with that integration of all the different pieces. So thanks for that. And I guess my final question for tonight is to not directed so much at you, but generally at the city management. When will the council be able to expect a briefing on the status of the project overall? Will that be in January? The bid process, the timing, the efficiency measures, the book move, things that are not related to this contract. When might we be able to expect to hear about all that?
Councilmember Dabala, similar to the update we provided council a couple weeks ago, there'll be some future updates, but as far as a briefing of such, that will happen at the time that we'll get bids back. So it'll be probably January, mid-January, February sometime, once we have the bids back, and then we'll bring that to council to have a full briefing on that.
Okay, so when are you planning to go to bid?
We're hoping to go out to bid in January. We're supposed to start construction in February.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking about a public briefing. So I would feel more comfortable if we had some public touchstone in January, maybe not a full work session, so that not just the council, but the public knows the timing and what the status of things is. And that is it for me for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask if someone would move the single reading ordinance approving a contract for construction management services. I move it. Councilwoman Costick moved. Do I have a second? Councilmember Kovar. Any other questions or clarifications? All right, will the clerk call the vote?
Councilmember Kovar.
Aye.
Councilmember Dabala.
Yes.
Councilmember Costick.
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy. And Mayor Stewart.
Yes. Okay. Now we'll go to the second reading ordinance awarding a contract for organizational workforce needs and risk assessment study services. This is a second reading ordinance. Nothing has changed since the first. Would someone like to move the second reading ordinance? Anybody still awake? Councilman Costick moves, Councilman Dabala second. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, will the clerk take the vote? Call the vote?
Councilmember Kovar,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Costick,
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy,
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. Next is second reading ordinance amending the Tacoma Park Code to require installation and maintenance of window guards in certain rental housing. This is again the second reading of this ordinance. Would someone like to move it?
So moved.
Councilmember Smith moved, Councilwoman DeVal second. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Councilmember Kovar,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Costick,
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy,
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. Next is single reading ordinance approving the purchase of replacement police vehicles. Would someone like to move this? Councilman Searcy moved. Do I have a second? Councilmember Siemens. Any questions or comments on this? Is that a question, Councilwoman DeVal? Hey, we can't, you're still.
Yeah, sorry, I lost my box. I just wanted to say that I did have some questions. And I did, the police chief was very responsive this afternoon. And so I did look back at the budget that we had approved. And just so everybody knows, in that budget, it said that we were buying patrol cars and these are SUVs. He explained to me why that's necessary. He assured me that even with the outfitting, that this fits in with the budget that we approved, which was another one of my questions. And that there is also one more vehicle to come later in the year, which is a non-patrol vehicle and therefore could possibly be an EV because it's not used for patrol and pursuit. I also asked him about the Montgomery County being part of the Ford Motor Company's pilot program and on EVs, and he said that that is still not testing of a commercially available police vehicle, that it's the same, for those of you who remember the Hyattsville pilot, it's the same deal. Ford vehicles custom retrofitted with police equipment, not designed specifically for patrol and pursuit, which, as you know, we have talked about for a while. We've all been waiting to see that EV available. It is not yet available. So just to sort of, for those of us who have questions about police vehicles, just that's the download. Thank you for letting me explain the detail that the police chief shared with me.
And we have the police chief here. Is there anything else you would
Oh,
like to add?
I apologize. I did think he said he wasn't going to be on tonight, or I wouldn't have stolen his thunder.
You did a great job providing a comprehensive overview of what I would have said. So thank you.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Great. All right. I will. Wait, yes, we always move this and second it so the clerk can call the vote.
Councilmember Kovar.
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Costick,
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy,
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. Next is second reading ordinance regarding council compensation. Would someone like to move this? Councilman Searcy moved. Do I have a second? Councilmember Siemens. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, will the clerk call the vote? Oh, sorry, sorry, Councilmember Kovar, didn't see your hand.
Me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was late on my hand raising. I just wanted to say that there have been a number of Ward 1 residents who have asked about this. And of course, we did have Mr. Gagliardo speak during the public comments a short time ago. So, and I know we still have a lot to cover tonight, but I just want to offer a few thoughts on it, some of which I've already shared in written form with people in Ward 1. I think one of the questions has come up is that can we, in effect, guarantee that if we make this change, it will on its own lead to more lower income people running for city council and so on. And I think the point that I would emphasize is that there are a number of barriers to participation in the electoral process here in the city, and barriers not just to that, but to more full participation in city culture and life. And it's not limited to Tacoma Park. That exists across the country. I don't even really think it's debatable that that's the case. This is one area where what I see is, first of all, I love all my colleagues, but the kind of people who generally serve on the council are retired or reasonably well compensated, or maybe they have spouses who are. And under the current scheme, a single parent or a working person can't really do it. And I think I sent around some information on what the hourly rates are and would be at 30 and 40 hours a week, which is what most of the council members said that they, and maybe at 30 hours a week after, if this amount is approved that we're talking about, it gets above minimum wage. All the others currently, and with those increases for council members, it's below minimum. You know, the average, the lowest figure for city workers is around $43,000. So it's not the most generous total, but I think it will really make a difference. And I would say it's something that we've been talking about for a while. We were originally going to do this over a year ago. It came up in the context of our work right around the time COVID struck. And so we put it on hold for a while. It was certainly something I talked about during the previous campaign, and it's come back around now. And I think the important point is, if we're going to make a change, it's fair to let people know who might run what it's going to be, what the compensation is going to be, so they can take that into account in making their decisions. So I know some people said, let's wait and not do it. I don't agree with that. And the one other thing I'll just say, or there was the idea of, even after the next election, potentially having it not apply to people who are currently in council now. I did have some initial attorney about that. It's not clear whether that's possible, but if it were possible, since it would require a change in our city charter, among other things, it's a multi-month. Again, out of the concern for people who may want to run and who wouldn't know about it, I think what makes the most sense is to go forward with this today. I do plan to vote for it. I'll continue to explore that other point. I'll reach out to my colleagues individually about that if it looks like there's a way to do it, and that's something we can deal with later. But I do think that this makes sense as one of many efforts that we're taking to try to broaden participation by a wider range of economic backgrounds among our residents in what we do here in the city. So I'm sorry to take the time to just say all those things, but given the number of questions and comments that I've received from residents in Ward 1, I thought it was important to make those points. And with that, I'll stop.
Thank you. I think I moved this, right? We moved this and seconded it. Yeah, we did. Thank you. Yes, excuse me. I was just about to call the vote. That's right. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Councilmember Kovar.
Aye.
Councilmember Duvall.
Yes.
Councilmember Costick.
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy.
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. All right, our last voting item tonight is a resolution providing for the city council's winter recess. Would someone like to move this? Councilwoman Searcy moves. And then do I have a second? Councilman Duvall, second. Will the clerk call? Oh, any comments or questions? No, not seeing. I just want to actually make this point that this comes up every time we have a recess. That doesn't mean we stop working. It doesn't mean that the city staff stops working. It just means that our regular Wednesday meetings don't occur. Again, we will have our meeting on December 1st. And if for whatever reason the council needs to meet, we can do that. We give notice and we meet. It's just that our regular Wednesday meetings at 7:30 do not occur. So that's all it means. So will the clerk please call the vote?
Councilmember Kovar.
Aye.
Councilmember Dabala.
Yes.
Councilmember Councilmember Costick.
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy. Mayor Stewart.
Yes. Okay. Now we move to our work sessions. We have 2 work sessions this evening. And just because I want to be really nice to Director Cross tonight, we're going to actually go and do the HCD update first. And then because the city manager has to stay with us till the bitter end, we'll do the ARPA update after that. So Director Cross, we're gonna put you up first and have you go next. And then all right. And I'm gonna go, as you're getting set up, I'm gonna go steal my churro because it's about time that of the evening of our city council meeting that I need a snack. So you can take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me on. Let me get 1 second. I'll share my screen. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So good evening, everyone. My name is Alex Cross. I'm the Director of Housing and Community Development for the City of Tacoma Park. Tonight, I'll be giving a housing and community development update, give you an idea of what we're working on in the department, and an update on how we've been spending the ARPA emergency rental assistance and food insecurity funds that were provided. So quickly, we'll run through just an overview of HCD. The mission of HCD is to support the council's desire to expand local economic development programming, provide diverse, affordable housing opportunities, and improve the quality of life of residents throughout the Tacoma Park community. I won't read everything on the slides. There are a lot of words, but these are the goals. These are on our website. A few of them are preserving and enhancing Tacoma Park's existing commercial and residential building stock, ensuring safe, decent, and affordable home ownership and rental housing opportunities, encouraging and supporting private-public investment, and enriching the lives of our residents through the arts and humanities. HCD's mission and goals are complementary and contrasting at the same time. We have a dual mandate of service delivery and resiliency planning, and the framework in which HCD finds itself in is looking both working in the immediate term, the midterm, and the long term. As we all know, in the immediate term, particularly because of COVID, immediate term is housing and rental assistance, assisting our residents with food insecurity, supporting our local businesses during the pandemic, as well as always, and enhancing our public spaces through art. Midterm, we want to continue our pace of sustainable economic development, preserve affordable housing, and protect residents and business from displacement. As well as we also have a long-term lens in HCD, which is the master planning efforts, new housing development, the development around the New Hampshire Avenue corridor, and transportation innovation, such as our New Hampshire Avenue Bikeway project that we are currently designing. And the organizational assessment that will be happening soon is a key opportunity for us to determine how to best structure the city and the department to meet these both these dual mandates that are both complementary and contrasting. Just a quick snapshot of the current organization of the department. There are 4 divisions: the planning, housing, economic development, and arts. And you'll see that the arts division is currently underneath a subdivision of the planning division. So as you all know, our driving policy is the City of Tacoma Parks Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan, which was adopted in October 2019. The strategic plan has three main objectives, which are preserve, produce, and protect. And HCD is currently implementing a lot of initiatives to support all three of the plan's objectives. And I want to run through what some of the initiatives that we're doing now. Just I'll list them. We can talk about them later if you would like. In preserving our existing businesses and affordable housing, we're continuing rent stabilization and also undertaking a policy analysis with Georgetown University, which is ongoing. We recently committed $250,000 in housing reserve funds to support the renovation of Hillwood Manor. Over the past 3 or 4 fiscal years, we've allocated over $240,000 to support the CDA and OTBA, who we heard from earlier, who assist with local business retention expansion. Oh, sorry, that's a typo. We have worked and provided we've gotten a grant for $100,000 for the facade improvement at New Hampshire Avenue, the Tacoma Landing Crossroads Shopping Center, which when we saw this past weekend is coming along very nicely. The mural the main mural will be being unveiled in the next few weeks, and the shopping center was really it really has undergone a beautification. We've given small business grants through the pandemic, and we are partnering with the Purple Line Corridor Coalition, both their housing and economic development consultants that are available to us. To produce more housing and business opportunities in the city, our home stretch down payment assistance program has assisted 10 home buyers. That is a program that provides $10,000 in down payment assistance to eligible homeowners and home buyers in the city, first-time home buyers. We recently received a $500,000 grant to support an affordable home ownership fund in the city. We've invested $400,000 in housing reserve funds to create affordable home ownership opportunities at 7402 Garland Avenue and 320 Lincoln Avenue. The construction of 320 Lincoln Avenue will be starting shortly as well. We are currently working with Montgomery County on the minor master plan for Maple Avenue corridor, which includes the Washington Adventist University campus and the Washington Adventist Hospital site as well. A $500,000 grant received to support acquisition of 6530 and 6600 New Hampshire Avenue, which will be developed into affordable housing, commerce space, and retail. We are also awaiting an approval on a second grant of $500,000 for a total of $1 million that HCD will have secured to support that development along New Hampshire Avenue. In FY21, we had $80,000 in community quality of life grants for workforce development. And we are actively working on the redevelopment of the recreation center site. And another grant that HCD had pursued and is awaiting approval on is $300,000 to support pre-development activities. So you can see that HCD is very active in pursuing grant opportunities from the state and from the county, as well as investing our own. The city is investing the city's funds, the housing reserve funds, in meeting the needs and goals of the strategic plan. We also are actively engaged in protecting renters, homeowners, businesses, and the environment. Since July 2021, we've dispersed over $100,000 in ARPA emergency rental assistance, which I'll discuss in later slides. We received offers for our food and security RFP, which we released in October. We're actively working on the public space management plan, which we had held 4 community engagement meetings just these past few months. We've received full funding for the design of the New Hampshire Avenue Bikeway. We have been installing bus shelters at our sites that were at our highest ridership, but without bus shelters. So we've been installing bus shelters throughout the city to encourage bus ridership and reducing the need to rely on personal vehicles. One of the elements of the Hillwood Manor renovation is electrification and high efficiency building systems, which so our $250,000 is going to support that. And I put these next 3 specifically in green to show HCD's partnership with our sustainability office in PW and what we're working on to protect the environment. There is currently an electrification and efficiency grant for homeowners, multifamily building owners, and small businesses. That is through the Sustainability Office. We are utilizing our CDBG allotment that we get on energy efficient projects that benefit city residents. We are actively pursuing those energy efficient projects to spend that CDBG money. And we are working with Jean, the city sustainability manager, to prepare for the impact to building owners from Montgomery County's legislation, their pending legislation that will incorporate building energy performance standards, which will impact commercial and multifamily buildings over 25,000 square feet. Switching gears a little bit, I wanted to talk also, give some data around our ARPA or emergency rental assistance. So in July, there's an allotment of $250,000 by the council to support emergency rental assistance. As of this week, we have dispersed $110,725, just 45% of that allotment. You can see we have by month, September was our most active month in disbursements, followed by October. In November, obviously, we're halfway through, so that number will grow. The median award is $1,027, and the average award is $2,700. And you can see wards 4 and 5, which have the majority of our rental housing, have served the most unique households. Ward 6 has served 4 households and received 26,000, and the residents have received 26,475. Wards 2 and 3 have received less, as there's less rental housing, and Ward 1 does not have any recipients of aid. These are some maps that just to give a visual representation of the wards. Both on the left is the assistance delivered, and on the right is the number of unique residents who've received assistance, or unique households, which is 26. And here's just some more visualization of the data. I think it's important to know what type of households we're serving. And we have here assistance by households with or without children. Of the households, we know if they have children or not. We're serving more households with children, but it's almost an even split. The same can be said for households by senior status. It's almost an even split if there are 55 residents who are above 55 years old in the household. And the tree graph here shows where the majority of our referrals are coming from. As we've discussed before, we work with our partners, our nonprofit partners such as MUST, and our county partners, our partners at the county, also landlords, residents, and the police department, to understand where and which residents need assistance. And this shows that the majority of our referrals are coming from MUST. And this is again to show that our process is making sure that residents who need assistance are also utilizing the county's $12,000 in rental assistance, making sure they have applications with the county, and then coming to us so we can avoid eviction. So our assistance is a strategic assistance to make sure that we are making sure our residents are not falling into to eviction. Some information on the ARPA food insecurity RFP. On October 11th, we released the RFP, and the 2 initiatives in that RFP that could be applied to were increasing access to SNAP for qualifying families. And initiative 2 was to provide secure, distribute quality, nutritious food to disadvantaged or underserved populations. We received our RFP proposals on November 12th, which was last Friday. We received 2 offers for the increasing access to SNAP track, and we received 9 offers for the food distribution track, which is very exciting to see so many. We had so many offers for both proposals. And the reviews will be completed mid-December 2021, at which point awards will be recommended to be made. So I'd like everyone to know where our website is, you can find information on these programs and a lot of other items that HCD is working on at the website. We have very detailed project updates, as well as information on rental licensing, grants, economic development. So please ask that you visit the website to also see what else what we were working on. Thank you. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Director Cross. We'll start with Councilmember Smith.
Director Cross, thank you so much for the presentation. At this late hour, just one quick question. Have we started tracking self-evictions, those people that receive a notice from a landlord, unofficial, not from the courts, and decide to just move out of their unit?
We have not started tracking that at this time, but it's not something we couldn't consider tracking, but we just have not begun tracking that.
I know it's a capacity issue for your team. If we could, see about using some of those ARPA funds, maybe connecting with some of the local colleges and see if they could, help us with that. But it would be good to know that piece of the data. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
Great. Councilwoman Searcy.
Great. Thank you so much, Director Cross. This is a great presentation. Quick question. I know we've had conversations about the rec center and what the $300,000 grant, if received, would enable us to do. But can you go into a little bit more detail about what it is that you all are hoping to accomplish in terms of aspects of like pre-construction assessments that need to happen at the site?
Right. So the grant as written right now has money set aside for geotechnical assessments of the site, market feasibility studies. We could utilize the funding of the site from the grant to determine, pre-design, architectural engineering, what types of structures could fit on the site. Are we able to do underground parking given the restrictions on the site? Or what other types of building height can be supported by the current site, that sort of thing. Also, I'm trying to think of all the other things in the grant. Like I said, if we can do a market feasibility study with that funding, really pre-development activities that either we can utilize to make our own decision or provide, in-kind contributions to a future development partner who wouldn't have to spend money on those sorts of pre-development activities. We can fund that ourselves through the grant.
Great, thank you so much, and fingers crossed we'll get those funds.
Yeah, I heard. This was a month or two ago. I was told November, so we're in November. So maybe it's time for me to follow up and say, hey, when are we going to hear about these grant awards?
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you,
Councilwoman Duvall.
Well, that was one of my questions. So that was easy. About the rec center, and thank you for the presentation. I'm hoping the slides will be posted online so that residents can see them as well. And thank you for highlighting your cross-departmental work as well, particularly the climate stuff. I'm looking forward to similar briefings from other departments in the next little bit. But for tonight, specifically regarding the numbers around emergency rental assistance. So for showing us how cautiously and wisely you've been spending city money. 26 26 families seems low in terms of the number of families that have rental assistance issues. And I know that you all have worked really hard to take advantage of county and other programs. And so do you have any information on how many families have been referred out to the county, or how many families the county has helped that live in Tacoma Park, or some other way of capturing the bigger picture And if you don't have those numbers tonight, are you able to, maybe get them to us? Because it is just a sliver of the problem, as we all know.
We have been requesting those numbers from the county,
Ooh.
which Tacoma Park,
Okay.
How many Tacoma Park residents, or at least just give us the even 20912 zip code. I
Right.
know some other, but it's mainly Tacoma Park. And we've been having trouble getting it. Not saying that we won't be able to, but we're trying to get to make sure that we know, how many Tacoma Park residents are accessing the county funds. So we can be assured that we're not, missing anybody.
Right.
We're gonna continue to find those in it, and as soon as we get that data, if we are able to, we'll share it with the council and with residents.
Great, thank you.
Great. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you, Mr. Parson. Thank you for the, on this question of, are we missing anybody and what's the county doing? I just want to say that I think any of us on the council would be happy to contact people we know in the county and just say, give us that data ASAP. So please don't treat it as something that has to be staff to staff. This is a really important thing. And in my experience in cases, things are sitting somewhere easily obtainable. There's a lot going on, and sometimes, and it doesn't, I'm not saying I have any particular influence, but sometimes as elected officials, if we contact our counterparts, information can be provided. So to the extent this is something we really need, which I think it is, let's not just get lost on someone's desk, because it has to be handled. And, I think any one of us would call whoever tomorrow if it would help. So let's just, I'd also like to just ask two other things. So on food security now, 9 people have asked, or 9 organizations have asked for the one component of the grant, and money and do well, and there's an ongoing need. And assuming the council allocates more money to it, well, that's some ifs there and conditional questions. But if someone performs well and there's an ongoing need and we provide more money, would it typically be a situation where it would be more streamlined if they were to apply, say, for a second chunk of funds? If the question makes sense.
So we'll be entering into contracts with these organizations, and we can always amend contracts if more funding comes available, and if they're performing well. But right now we're operating under, we have the amount of money we do.
Yeah.
We want to be able to see also how they perform, right, and make sure that they're able to meet the requirements. But I don't see why not, we couldn't, right, add more money to a contract.
Okay. And the last question, and this in some ways relates to the next discussion that's more specifically on ARPA, but and we can hold it till then if people would prefer. But the thing that concerns me and worries me is we have about a 2-month period, and the mayor said, of course, when we don't have formal regulations, it's not like we disappear, and so we can still engage in a variety of ways. But if there is some type of eviction spike, for example, or if with ending of unemployment benefits and other kinds of programs like that, there's a bigger need than we're currently anticipating with the money that we've allocated so far. And I'm just talking about to respond to crises, not to be more proactive. What would happen if we get into the week before Christmas, something like that begins to happen?
So right now the data isn't showing, that we've had this, large wave of evictions. We asked the county for eviction, for eviction data outside of what the sheriff provides, and they mentioned as well the data is it's so I guess infrequent that it wouldn't be worth like a weekly reporting, which is to say that evictions, we're not seeing like a huge spike in evictions. And again, we have spent $110,000, meaning we have $140,000 left for emergency rental assistance. But if something were to come about where we needed to reconvene the council, that's, I guess it's something we could do, but at the moment, I don't think the numbers are bearing out that that's something we need to be overly concerned with.
I understand. I would say that just underlines, though, the importance of what Councilmember Smith mentioned, which is there may be some other data that isn't court evictions, but which is in effect producing the same result for the families that are involved. And so that's happening. We really need to know. So I'll stop there, but I think it's important that we try to get that. And again, have us help you get it if you need to.
Thank you.
Great. And I just want to build on that as well, because I know Director Cross, you and I had talked about this a couple of months ago when we were able to get the delinquency reports, which are different than evictions. So the delinquency reports are how behind somebody is getting in their rent. And I know that folks like MHP and others are working with residents and helping them. But I think having the delinquency reports also might be places. And I know, again, as Councilmember Smith said, this may be a capacity issue, but it would be good for us to know that if there is some proactive outreach that we could do, either working with folks like MHP or our larger landlords, or just reaching out directly to the residents who are getting behind to see if they need assistance. So I do think that is an area that it may help, as we're really looking at holistically what the issues are. So we may not be seeing that wave of evictions. Cross our fingers, we don't see that. But the stress of being delinquent and what that does to families, and in addition to, people being able to do other things in their lives, is, really hampers that. So I would just ask us to look at more carefully that those data and what we might be able to act on there. Great. So I know we're getting late, but I did have a question for you. As I think this is your 3rd or 4th month now with the city. Am I correct? Or is time?
Today's my 3-month anniversary of starting. So thanks for having me, everyone.
Yes. And you thought you were going to celebrate your 6th month because this meeting was never going to end. So I guess one of the questions I have, and if you don't have an answer tonight because it's late, that's fine. But as you're now, been the director for 3 months, what are the programs or the work that you see as most exciting happening in the city? And then after that, what are some things that you would like to explore as we move forward?
Right. So I think, being here 3 months, I think HCD has an opportunity. All 3 divisions complement one another. And I think there's an opportunity there for the 3 divisions to really work as we go forward in the new year, really work together on the economic development strategic plan. I think the work we're doing around preserving affordable housing and affordable homeownership is exciting. I look forward to figuring out ways where we can incentivize, more renovations of our existing rental housing, as well as how can we find more homeownership opportunities, affordable homeownership opportunities in the city. And this in the long term, I think, New Hampshire Avenue, starting with the Bikeway and the rec center and the Purple Line, I think it's and just seeing, being there with the small businesses on Saturday, I think that's a great. New Hampshire Avenue is an untapped potential for the city, not only to gain new businesses but also to gain new residents. So I'm looking forward to really working closely with all 3 divisions on that.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And I think we can close out this work session, and we'll turn now to our final work session, which is an ARPA status update. And I think I'm turning it over to the city manager, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wait for them. They get awesome. So good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. Before you this evening, staff will be providing the update on the ARPA spending plan. It's not the full plan. We'll have the full plan ready and queued up for you when you get back from recess on January 12th. But we just wanted to share with you just a few aspects of where we are in the process. Next slide, please. So I stood before you virtually for my first meeting 3 months ago to share our approach on ARPA and what we were thinking and giving deference to the U.S. Treasury guidance. That evening, I shared ways that ARPA funding could be used, the expenditure categories, the goals we set out to prioritize the funding, and the implementation plan. That implementation plan included some of the items that we'll discuss this evening, which would be our release of the Census Data Explorer that Dan Powers will speak to shortly. That also includes the matrix and the criteria that we're using for proposal scoring that Deputy City Manager Jessica Clark will go into very shortly. And then really talk about the next steps and where we go from here to January 12th, including some of the community town halls that is going to be pivotal for this process once we provide the staff recommended proposals. So this slide, we just wanted to highlight what we've done to this point, and from the moment we received the funding back in July, when I started in August, we really started ramping up and started receiving a lot of resident input and suggestions in September. October, we spent a lot of time on staff to date, going back and forth, assigning the resident proposals and suggestions to staff and council proposals that we receive to departments. Departments have been evaluating those. And then moving forward, we'll start getting into the evaluation of senior staff from this point forward this week over the next several weeks. Next slide. This slide here just wanted to again reiterate what council has allocated back in July and we're still working off of. And the remaining of the 17.4 million that we will receive, at this point, we've only received 8.7, the first tranche. We'll receive the next tranche next July 2022. But the 8.7 we will receive in tranche 2, and the remaining funds is $14.2 million is what we're going to be discussing with council come January. Next slide. Over the last month, staff has been working on our criteria and what metrics of success. How can we actually take these $17.4 million and actually put into a spending plan implementation? So myself and my leadership team, we've been having a lot of discussions, taking all 55 proposals that we received, whether from council, the community, the departments, $40 million worth of ask. And so we broke that down and tried to look at what's the best way to be able to propose something to council. And so we partner with ResourceX. ResourceX is an expert in priority-based budgeting. And we, through our process, is doing a simulation of what a PBB is, priority-based budgeting. And ResourceX has worked with Pueblo, Colorado, Alexandria, Pittsburgh, and many other cities across the nation on their ARPA spending plan. And for the most part, many of those communities are in the same place we are and getting ready to propose their spending plans to their councils. Now, there have been some communities out the gate in the first couple months that just put together a plan, but we're being very methodical and strategic and intentional with what we'll be providing the council come January. So of the 55 proposals, 40 of those proposals are what I would consider community needs, immediate needs for the community, and 15 proposals are what I would consider organizational, operational needs that we have as an organization. Next slide. So the next steps in our evaluation of the proposals would be our committee work, our project ranking, and our final selection of the city's spending plan to present to council. So in this week, department heads are scoring the proposals. Next week, we're going to kick off our 5 committees that's tied to the council priorities. And city staff will provide preliminary scoring of all the proposals that we receive, all 55. And then with the project ranking, the committees will send follow-up questions to the department heads as part of the final scoring. Committees will enter the final scoring into the database that we partner with ResourceX. That database ranks those projects for us. And then final selection in the month of December, we'll start looking at senior leadership team negotiating on and putting dollar figures to each of the proposals for the top ranked projects. Top ranked projects will include in-staff recommended spending plan. All proposals will be included in our final report to council. Next slide. Now I'll turn it over to Deputy City Manager Jessica Clark, who will discuss with Mayor and Council our scoring matrix and criteria.
Thank you, City Manager Fox. So the scoring matrix that we have developed consists of 7 criteria to assist senior staff in ranking proposals. We designed it to help us fairly and objectively identify projects that are multidimensional, that will have a lasting impact on residents, and that will build on prior city initiatives and planning efforts. The idea is to challenge both the person proposing the project and the committees evaluating the project to take a step back, think outside departments and look at the big picture to say, how does my project fit in with the strategic direction that the city is headed, and does it meet critical needs identified either through community feedback, prior planning efforts, or data analysis best practices. For each proposal, evaluators will ask the question, and you can follow along from left to right here on the chart. First, does this project align with council priorities, and does it align with the city's strategic planning documents? Next, which project will have the highest impact on the highest number of residents? Next, will this project impact city residents equitably, and will it benefit our most vulnerable residents? How will this project impact city staff? How will it impact our operations and service delivery staff capacity internally? How complex is the project, and will it be cost effective if it is complex to implement? Is the project data driven and based on evidence? How will outcomes be measured? And then finally, just making sure that we've considered if there are other ways that this project could be accomplished, either through other funding sources or by leveraging partnerships. For developing a spending plan that will span 5 years, involving more money than the city has ever received at one time, these are important questions, and this scoring strategy is commonly used for priority-based budgeting and outcome budgeting across the country. For the equity impact criteria in the 3rd column there in particular, I wanted to emphasize that this is a data-driven evaluation process. Next slide. We need to use census data in our reporting to Treasury and to the state, but also in our project design so that we make sure we're targeting services effectively. To make understanding census data easier, our public administration specialist, Dan Powers, created the Takoma Park Data Explorer, which was released today. So I'll turn it over to Dan quickly to show you the tool that is available to anyone who wants to understand better who lives in Takoma Park and who our ARPA projects will be targeting.
Thanks, Jessica. If it'd be possible for me to share my screen, I can bring up the Data Explorer. Okay. So this is the Explorer. I'll try to go through this pretty quickly and just provide a high-level overview. But the purpose of the Explorer is to provide a kind of central source of information about the city for using census data, so that both residents and city staff can have a better understanding of residents and needs in the city, and to help drive planning in the city around, especially around equity in race and economic issues. So the basic organization of the web page is to have sort of an overall summary page, which you can see here, with text describing different findings from the census data across the web page, and then different subject-based tabs that you can click between to find out more information about the city. Each of those subject-based tabs also have a summary page. So if you wanted to find out sort of overall information about demographics in the city, or housing, or education, health insurance, and computer access, this sort of high-level text is provided. And then there are sub-tabs that you can explore to find both visualizations related to each sub-tab and more detailed information. So I guess one sort of useful way to think about it is, if you have a specific question that you wanted to know about, you could go to the tab that you're looking for and then try to find if there's a graph describing that. So let's say you wanted to know what languages are spoken in the city, and how language use breaks down by age. You go to the demographics tab, then foreign-born residency, birthplace, and English proficiency, and you can see at the bottom that there's a graph on languages spoken at home by age. And this could provide you information about what types of language are spoken by different residents across the city. Other features of all of the visualizations are, all of them are interactive. So if you hover over them, it'll show you text describing their values, and sometimes other text. Other interactive features include selecting items in the legend to allow for easier comparison. So let's say you wanted to know what percent of the population spoke English, only English, or Spanish at home. You could double click on only English, then click on Spanish, and then you'll have a more direct comparison here. And this also applies to all the other graphs. And I think the hope with this is that, especially around a lot of the graphs on different aspects of vulnerability in the city, it can help people understand where there are needs in the city, especially around ARPA planning, and direct resources to those needs. So this was a kind of high-level overview. I plan to keep this updated over time as more recent census data is released with the 2016 to 2020 American Community Survey, and continue to build this out as there are more needs related to data across the city. And if you have any questions or feedback, I've listed my email here, and also available after this. But I think that's just a quick overview of the Explorer, and hopefully gives a general sense of what it can be used for.
Thank you, Dan. And staff, if staff would bring back up the presentation, please. Next slide. So here, I just want to highlight where we go from here tonight. My leadership team and I will be finalizing our data-informed, staff-recommended spending plan over the next several weeks, and be prepared to provide the council January 12th. We anticipate hosting community town halls for residents to provide feedback, and any feedback that council has on the 12th and even after the 12th. But I would be remiss if I just didn't say, just publicly, just want to thank my leadership team and all staff that has helped in this process get to this point. I want to thank council and the community for all the projects and suggestions, proposals that everyone has sent in thus far. We have went through and done a ton of work, and we still got more work to get done over the next several weeks. Next slide, please. With that, Madam Mayor, members of council, would be open to any questions that you have.
Great. Terrific. Councilmember Smith, did you have your hand up or did it go, it disappeared?
Yeah, my hand's up.
Yeah.
First, I would like to begin by thanking Mr. Fox. Some naysayers said that this type of data collection couldn't be done. I really appreciate all the hard work that you and your team did on making this happen. I think this is not just going to be able to inform us on ARPA, but can actually start a baseline in real racial equity policy analysis. Mr. Powers, great work. It's great to see. And Ms. Clark, thank you so much for putting in the time and effort to make this happen. I don't have any questions. I just look forward to us continuing to put the time, the effort, the human capital into this project because it can only improve and inform council decisions and senior staff decisions. Thank you.
Great. Councilman Devala.
Yes, thank you. So I'm impressed. The data piece is great. Councilmember Smith is right. This is useful, not just for the ARPA money, but going forward. And I think it's fabulous. The matrix for decision-making makes sense. All of that sounds good to me. I'm a little concerned about two things. So one is is just when we get to January, just a very clear statement of the needs that we're trying to address. So you kind of want to round it a little bit tonight. Maybe when you get to January, you can just, to be very clear that we're looking at the most vulnerable in our community, just kind of nail that one. And then the other thing is the public engagement piece and proposals that may come out of it. I'm a little concerned, I've said this before, that allowing emails to substitute for community-based proposals, particularly in communities, segments of our community where folks just don't work that way, is gonna leave out some people. And so I'm a little concerned that we're gonna get to January, it's gonna all be laid out, but then there's gonna be some fabulous suggestions that come out of the community town halls. So how will we address that? So I don't know that either of those questions has an answer tonight, but I'm just sort of putting those both out there. And I think this is a great process. Thank you very much.
Emmanuel, did you want to respond to that all, or should I just go to?
Yeah, because of the next, I would say if you're looking for a response there, Councilmember DePaula, I would say that any of the projects they will receive would be a give and take. So once we present this to council, once we have the community engagement, if there's more feedback, it would be up to you and your colleagues on what those changes will look like. And we can go through the similar process that we took through senior leadership. So there's an opportunity in the data and the process that we built to be able to do that. And the second part you're saying,
I don't think it's gonna be an if. I think it's gonna be a when there are proposals that come out of the community engagement. Second.
As far as the vulnerable, we will clearly state those top projects that come out, whatever they are, it will be clearly defined, and council will see in the report, it'll have all 55, it'll have everything that was top ranked, what wasn't ranked. And so there may be, I'll call it a parking lot, if you will, of ideas that may have not been ranked very high. and probably won't make it into the proposal, but council will see all those as well.
Okay, again, I'm a little concerned that you have 55 proposals, but I don't feel like that has been demonstrated to be inclusive of the community. And I feel we need to have a pretty clear way to address that going forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Searcy.
Great. Thank you all so much for your presentation, especially, for being coherent at 11:30 as it relates to presenting data. I know that is a feat in and of itself. So one question, well, actually I have a couple of questions. One, for Mr. Powers, have you thought about, and I know the census data is somewhat limited, but are there some ways that we may want to start looking at other data that can give us some insights into the vitality or the stability of our commercial districts, either through data that we get directly from HCD? One of the things that I am sometimes concerned about is the census data will give you a snapshot of the people, the residents in the community, but a big piece of COVID also related to the impact of our businesses and how they're doing and whether or not we're going to be able, is that a hole that we need to make sure that we address as well? And so what are some ways in which we can take a data-driven approach to look at that aspect as well? And so that's one question I have, to kind of think about the census data, which is perfect, and the way that you visualize it is awesome. I think that's great. But I also think that there may be some places where there will still be data gaps. And so what might we be able to do to fill those holes? We may not be able to put them in a dashboard, but we need to make sure that we're able to kind of make those justifications, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that definitely makes sense. I think this Explorer mostly focuses on sort of residents, but trying to identify data sources on businesses, especially in making decisions about ARPA funds, would be important to make sure those are also data informed.
Perfect. Yeah, I think that's one thing to keep in mind. And the matrix looked good. My question for City Manager Fox is, are you weighting those categories? So in terms of your scoring, are there particular priority aspects that you are prioritizing more so than others?
Great question. And I'm going to ask Deputy City Manager Jessica Park to respond to that.
No, they're weighted equally at this point.
Okay. So one of the things that we may want to think about is whether or not there's a need to weight some of those priorities as you all are going through your scoring. We hear time and time again, like making sure that we're getting things to those that are the most vulnerable. And when you're looking at 50 some odd proposals, I think sometimes you can have a proposal that on the merit may not be as strong in some of the other categories, but would really meet the spirit of addressing the needs of the most vulnerable in the community. But if you don't have those necessary weights in place, you're going to miss that. So I think that that's something that you may want to consider as well as you're going through and ranking those proposals.
Yeah, I mean, I think the equity impact and the resident impact are two separate criteria, but I think they complement each other. So I think the two of those together definitely put an emphasis on serving vulnerable residents and as many as we can.
Yeah. And I want to make sure that in addition to making sure we're covering all of the appropriate categories under ARPA, but we're also thinking about the proposals from the stakeholder group that would be impacted. So like I mentioned, we definitely want to make sure that we're hitting the residents. We definitely want to make sure that we're hitting the businesses, but what is our other stakeholders in the community? Would we expect to see things related to staff support as part of this, right? So that it's a more, these are stakeholder groups that are clearly, we can use those ARP dollars for, and just making sure that we have proposals that also hit those stakeholders in addition to the priorities that you've outlined in your matrix, right? So that's something else. And City Manager, you mentioned that we will see the full list And I think that's going to be really critical. I share council members Dabala's optimistic skepticism about whether or not, you know, we've done our due diligence in terms of really trying to get that community engagement beforehand, or in terms of what the proposals may be. And so what we may want to think about, and you know, is coming up with some innovative pot of money as a way to kind of engage the community. Where are we with our navigator approach? How can we use them to help us with also thinking through possible projects that we could fund with a small pot of money, using those ARPA dollars to engage the community. So I just want to make sure that, you know, the process is great. I think that's awesome, but I also think it's important for us to make sure that we build some flexibility in the process, because I don't want you all going down this road so far and then you've done all of this work and then the council's like, oh, well, what about this and what about that, and just completely blow up your spot. So I would encourage you to kind of think about building in flexibility to allow for a more fluid exchange of ideas. And that's all I got. Thank you all so much again.
Thank you. Councilman Costick.
Thank you. I want to reiterate my thanks for all of this work and how professional and thoughtful it is. I think it's very clear that you're giving very close attention to how these funds will be used. And I really appreciate the rubric, as others have said, for scoring. I do like Councilmember Searcy's idea of some type of weighting of those priorities, I think, to give emphasis to those that are maybe more critical. And I, just as I'm looking at it, I'm kind of thinking about the funds in terms of two potential highly critical buckets. And the one is those sort of critical emergency needs that need to happen very, very soon. And then those items that are very important, but we want to make sure also build long-term capacity. I know that's something we've talked about in the past in terms of using this one-time influx of funds to really make sure that long-term we build some systems or we put some things in place that won't just go away as soon as the funds go away. So I'm not sure if that's built into the matrix, but just want to make sure that it is taken into consideration, because I do think that's really an important element, are things that would be a one-time versus kind of a long-term benefit for the city. And then the other thing I was just thinking at, looking at the information here, are those partnerships with community organizations, nonprofits, schools, other providers in the community, and how to kind of leverage those opportunities and work together on things and make sure that the funds are being used in a way where maybe we could do extra with them if we're working together in some of those partnerships. So I'd just love to see some of that incorporated as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Great. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you very much. One question and one comment. But first, I do want to say I appreciate all the work that's gone into this and the planning. And I think that for many of the kinds of things that my colleagues and I have been thinking about in terms of ARPA fund use, this process that's been laid out will work well. I think the one thing I do regret, and I'm disappointed that we weren't able to do more beyond the 500,000 that we've allocated directly for food security and eviction issues, as we just discussed in the previous work session topic briefly. I'm disappointed that we haven't done more for the immediate needs of low-income people. And so I guess the thing I wonder about is, if we come in on the 12th and there's a set of proposals, and then those in turn are going to be vetted, and then we'll select some from those based on comments that we'll receive and so on. One of the things that I've heard most, if not all, of my colleagues say, and the comments that I've gotten from the community, are we really need to emphasize emergency needs, immediate needs for lower income people. So the question is, would it be possible through these January 12th plans to present everything as you've discussed, but say, look, here's two that we think respond to what the council's been saying, what the community's been saying. These are for immediate needs that benefit critical challenges for people who are not well off in the city. If the council is willing to support one or two of those right off the bat, then continue on with the rest of them, I would feel a lot better about this, because if we subject everything, and this sort of gets to the weighting concept that several of my colleagues just mentioned, if we treat everything the same and then it rolls through another couple of months after that before we're ready, I think we're missing. And so what I'd like to see is on January 12th, here they all are, but here's the two that we think they're responsive to everything that's been said already in the community and from the council. They're ready to go. Let's try to get them right out the gate then. So that would be, it's just a comment and a question combined. If that's possible, I would love to see us do it that way.
Great.
Could we do it that way?
Anything else, Councilmember Kohler?
Point noted.
Okay. Do you think it's possible to do it that way?
I have taken the notes down of the question, and we will look and see what we can do in January. I won't commit to that right now. I'll just say we'll definitely investigate and figure out within this process what we can do.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just to pick up on that last point that Councilmember Kovar raised, and I'm not sure if it would fit with the matrix that Deputy City Manager presented, but I wonder if another category is some kind of urgency scale. And I'm thinking, I don't have Director Cross's PowerPoint in front of me, but he had those 3 categories. I think it was immediate, short term, longer term. And I could see proposals being scored on that as well, because there are going to probably be some that are urgent, like Councilmember Kovar said, that may be able to be put in place and address a need the next 3 months or something. And then there may be more long-term things, like if we do put investment in infrastructure or stormwater, that's not necessarily something that needs to be done and completed in 3 months. So that might be a way of adding that as a scoring category. And I don't know if it fits with the metrics or as like a separate one that folks do, but that might be helpful in terms of categorizing the proposals as well. The other thing I had was on, I know it says to reference the sustainability plan, all the basic planning documents we have. And, I think it's important to emphasize that over the last 3-4 years, this city council has done a ton of work to lay a good foundation in terms of planning documents, whether it's our housing one, our climate change, and now we have the recommendations from the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. I guess the question I have is, it says to reference those in assessing the proposals, but were proposals also pulled from those documents to be considered? So I guess the question is, for example, I know if residents had ideas, I sent them to put something in the email and things like that. But I was sort of assuming that, like say the Navigator program that we haven't been able to put in place here. To me, that seems like something that would help us with, that we could spend ARPA funds on. Is that something we should have said to you all, or will that be pulled from the documents and considered? Like, I don't know what's making up the 55 things that are being considered.
Yeah, go ahead, Jessica.
I would say both. Mayor Stewart, I think department heads, when they were making their proposals, certainly consider the strategic planning documents. Expanding on the connector program is actually one of the proposals that we received from our departments. And I would say that I'm sure that you as council members and some of the proposals that you sent to us did the same. I also think that one of our criteria, the projects will score higher if the project hits multiple planning documents. So I would say that there's areas of commonality between them, and projects that actually meet multiple strategic priorities will be scored higher based on that criteria.
Great. And then just to underscore something Councilman Searcy said in terms of potentially, setting aside a pot of money for some type of participatory budgeting project would be awesome. Just plugging it there.
I would say, Mayor, that is one of the projects.
Okay. Awesome. All right. And then for Mr. Powers, looks great. I love the dashboard. Very excited to get into it. One question I had is the CDC has a vulnerability index that they use that's based on 15 questions from the census. And I don't know if how best to that. I was just wondering if it makes sense to kind of pull in the vulnerability index, or kind of maybe use it in some ways if we're already accessing the census data, to look at the 15 variables that they're using on it, because I think it goes beyond just looking at like race and household income and education levels. It might just be interesting for us to pull that in and look at it.
Yeah, I think some of them are sort of captured indirectly. Like I think part of the social vulnerability index is the proportion of residents under different ages, for example, and there's like charts breaking out the data by age. But yeah, I think that would be, and there we do have the maps of the social vulnerability index at the tract level, and we'll keep that updated whenever there's new data release for that. But yeah, I think it'd be a good idea to refer to some of the measures of vulnerability in the index in trying to think about more visualizations using census data or just general planning around this type of thing.
Great. Cool. That's all I have. I'm not seeing any other hands, and so I'm gonna call it because it's before midnight, and I cannot believe we literally got through that entire agenda before midnight. So I just want to thank everyone, my colleagues. I don't know if the city manager or deputy city manager have anything else to add at this point.
Nothing further this evening.
Great. Awesome. Well, thank you all for these wonderful presentations. We have a lot to think about and work on. And so again, we will be having a meeting on December 1st with our D20 team, and yeah, and hope everyone has a good Thanksgiving, and we'll be in touch soon. So we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good night.